Guys, the end is near. We had closing arguments for the Karen Read trial today. The jury is out on deliberation. They were dismissed after deliberating for about 3 hours, from what has been reported. They will resume their deliberation tomorrow morning. So we'll be on verdict watch all day here on Alexa's Room, where we are not lawyers. We are not medical professionals. We are not law enforcement. We are just people who have opinions and want to understand or attempt to understand the law just a little bit better. So maybe, I don't know, we can make this existence on Earth just a little bit lovelier and safer to live in. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. So we are going to dive right into closing arguments. First started with Alan Jackson. He was the one who took over closing arguments for the Karen Read camp. And then, of course, Lally was doing the closing arguments. Each attorney had 1 hour down to the T. You know, Bev was watching her time ticker because she has been so over this trial for the last few weeks. So she could not wait to get this case into the jury's hands, and she finally got what she wanted. So we are going to just dive in at the end of this video. If we have time, if it doesn't get too late, we are going to dive into some extra coverage from other channels that I adore and follow as well. Channels that have opposing opinions, like on STS, Surviving the Survivor. Joel from Surviving the Survivor, I actually met and spoke with him a couple weeks ago at CrimeCon about this case. That was before Proctor even took the stand. So I'm curious to see what he thought about his testimony. I think in general, though, we can all agree on both sides, whether you think Karen Read is guilty or you don't think Karen Read is guilty or you think Karen Read is innocent. We can all agree as a collective, just like a lot of people can agree about Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, that it was absolutely deplorable. So that being said, let's just dive right into Jackson's closing argument.
Throughout the entire trial, I'd ask that you extend your courtesy to the closing arguments. In Massachusetts.
Also, too, it's good. So I cut Bev off, but I don't know if this was during jury instruction, which is at the very end when she pretty much tells them like what they can consider, what they can't consider based on what the defense and the Commonwealth has agreed on mutually. In Massachusetts, they also have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have like a moral clause to it as well. So, which is interesting because that's not like in every single state. I don't know what it is in my home state of New York. I imagine it's not. It's not a part of the system, but I would be curious to research that and look that up. I don't know what it is in Tennessee, where I live now, so I'm assuming not so much. But I think that's interesting with Massachusetts, that you also have like that moral clause as well to consider. So let's dive in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Read and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want. But it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America, lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government.
I feel like that was such like a Tom Cruise moment, like Top Gun. I don't know why, like just the way like he's giving. I mean, Alan Jackson's a showman, and he definitely pulls you in. He knows how to speak to an audience. And remember, guys, like, we don't get to see the jury, but everybody in that courtroom who's been going every single day, and the attorneys especially, you can bet that they are well aware of the jury. They're well aware of their audience. And I think these little moments where he can kind of relate and level to them as well too, but also be kind of like that inspiring person where, like, yeah, you do have all of this. This is your moment to actually use your voice in a way that is productive in this society. And I think that, yeah, it just feels very like theatrical and epic.
And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor.
Also, low key, if they do make a movie, which I'm sure there's at least, and I hope to God not, but I'm sure there's going to be some weird Lifetime movie of this. It's probably already in production, but I could see John Hamm playing Alan Jackson. What do you guys think?
Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over.
Which I think it's interesting, and I'm going to call out something else too. Pay attention to the people on the O'Keefe side as well, and like how they're reacting and who's sitting there, because I didn't notice this the first time. I don't know if the cameraman pans over, but apparently Colin Albert was there and Jen McCabe was there, which is just, I don't know if the cameraman ever pans over enough to see them in shot, but I mean, how ironic. So none of y'all were at John O'Keefe's funeral, but you're going to show up to closing arguments. And not only that too, but after, like, it gets really good too, knowing when Alan Jackson really like reels into the Jen McCabe stuff. Like, what do you guys think? Because at first I was talking about this with my wife too, and she's like, that's kind of like jury intimidation, isn't it? And I'm like, that is a great point. I mean, they're allowed to be there. There's nothing against them being there, but is it in bad taste? I mean, thankfully Proctor wasn't. I mean, that would have been like, dude, read the room. Like, read the room. But even still, I mean, a lot over the last few days, a lot has come out with specifically Jen McCabe. It's been pretty much the Commonwealth playing defense for Jen McCabe. So, and she's watching. She's watching all of this stuff. Not channels like mine yet, but plenty of other coverage that's going on. She's paying attention. She's watching everything. She's on Twitter. She is. She's all up on that. So it's like, what's your purpose of being there? I feel like it would be way more effective if you weren't there. And it's like, even if you don't see it as jury intimidation necessarily, it kind of comes off as like, girl, read the room. Like, you're not looking really good right now. And you have no idea what these jurors are thinking. I don't know if she's been in court since her testimony. I don't know if she's been sitting there regularly. I haven't heard anything about her being there. I only heard that today. So Like, what a day for you to be there. I guess they expected a verdict to come back in, because I don't think she would have just sat there for closing arguments if she didn't expect. And I'm sure she will be there when the verdict is read. But apparently Colin Albert was there too, who I also didn't see. And I wasn't actually going to bring this up, but until a little bit later. But now that I'm on the kick of talking about who's in the room and who's not in the room, I'm going to let it play, and I want to see if you notice anybody in the background of this shot.
And over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and
So this is blocking it, but
deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings.
just want to mute him for a second. I'm going to have it play, and I'm going to go back just so you can see it without the thing covering it. Who's this guy in the upper right corner? That's Brian Albert Sr., guys. That's Brian Albert Sr. What a day for him to be in court. What a day. So I'm going to go back a little bit. I'm going to put Alan back on. Unmute his mic.
One was looking or listening, how he would make a case.
But like, seriously, like, what? Read the room, people. I think it's worse that Jen McCabe's there, but it's bad. It's bad that Colin Albert's there, especially with the Turtle Boy stuff too. Not that the jury knows about that, but again, it's not a good look. I just feel like it would have been better if they didn't go. Because at this point you don't know. Like, is it helping? I guess in a way they think it's helping because the O'Keefe family seems to be okay with them sitting with them. So I guess they think it looks favorable to the Commonwealth. But if I were Lally, I'd be like, guys, it's probably not a good look for you to sit in today, but maybe wait for the verdict. I don't know. That's my opinion.
How he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth. How he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl.
And you notice how Brian Albert.
You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen?
Direction.
It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left.
That's the invert.
They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes.
Because they just pop
And even when
up.
they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that can happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the way.
I like how he does this. Because remember, that's what not what they're trying to prove, but what they're essentially saying what happened. Karen Reed was framed by the Canton police and the Boston police. That is the narrative that they are going with. So I like how he's laying it out, saying, what is a cover-up? How do you make a cover-up happen? Let me break it down let me break it down for you. And then he goes boom, 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 boom. So it's really, really interesting. I like the setup that he has here.
They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that can happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen?
I really like how he does this too, because this might be a question that still exists in the jury's mind. And because this is the theory that the defense has, not that they have a burden of proof to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, but if that's the theory that they're going with and they really believe in, that I think it's good that he's addressing that and saying, okay, what is a cover up? How does it happen? Let me break it down for you. And then he lists off all the ways, tying it back to earlier testimony. So he's a really great storyteller. It's very, very engaging. And again, he's definitely going to use excerpts of this for his book. Believe you me.
Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep them close. Offer them help. Offer them a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM.
You notice how he looks up too? Get rid of your dog. Like, who does that? Like, this is how deplorable these people are. And I actually want to back that up because now that we know that Brian Albert is sitting there, like, I wonder if he even, I didn't notice the first time around, but like, does he react to this?
Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep them close. Offer them help. Offer them a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card.
He didn't really react too much. I mean, he's definitely like practiced, but I thought that was interesting. And like it could, because he was a homeowner. He was a homeowner of 34 Fairview, and I think like a few months later, pretty quickly after the investigation, they rehomed their dog Chloe. So again, what he's saying is after a while, all these coincidences are hard to believe that they're all just that, coincidences. There's no nefarious activity. And it, for me, like that makes sense to me, that it would be planned, that it would be framed. That it is possible for these people. When you see how close knit this community, I mean, Brian Albert's home, I think they said, was only 3 minutes or so away from Canton PD. This is a tight-knit friends family group. These are people who grew up together, who grew up, their whole life is just being Cantonites, being townies. So I think it is possible. People going to each other's weddings, asking so-and-so if they wouldn't mind babysitting your kid. So again, it's not too hard. It's not like New York City or LA, some ginormous city where it's like, okay, like is the entire, that for me feels a little bit harder to believe because it's just so heavily populated. But like we've seen stuff like that. We've seen cases where it's been just a shoddy investigation. And when we go into Joel's panel later from Surviving the Survivor, I keep saying Angelette. Anjanette Levy talks about the Stephen Avery case, which is based on the Making a Murderer docuseries that was on Netflix. It premiered on Netflix a few years ago. They were supposed to continue that series, but then I think there was like some kind of lawsuit or something going on, and they were only able to get 2 seasons in. But again, it's like shoddy investigation, or is it possible to be planned? It's hard to tell with these small towns where everybody grows up, everybody knows each other. It's easier for me to believe that it was a frame job, but let me know what you guys think. Now Alan Jackson's going to break down even further.
For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits.
Michael
Turn 3
Proctor.
pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage, hide personal relationships, make this case cut and dry, and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But
I'm gonna use this as a freaking audition monologue for something. Like it's really well written. I don't know if this is something that he worked on with Gennady. I'm sure it is. I'm sure this isn't like pure Jackson, but feels very Jackson. And he just like his inflections. It's very theatrical. It's very performative.
most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl.
So, and that's interesting too. I don't mean to stop so much, but so when he says pin it on your Patsy Ramsey, John Benet Ramsey's mom. So I know the majority of people in the true crime community know a lot about the John Benet Ramsey case. I actually went to CrimeCon a couple of weeks ago in Nashville, and I think I mentioned that earlier. That's how I met Joel from STS, and I saw a panel with I think her father's name is also John Ramsey, talking about how the police had them do a number of handwriting samples to compare it to that ransom note, because the whole big theory, the whole investigation was focused on just the family, nobody else. And I know I've heard theories too that it could have been the brother and the family was trying to cover it up. I have not done enough research into that case to really even remotely give an opinion, but I thought it was interesting because the thing that always stuck out to me was the ransom note, and people always believing that Patsy was the author of that note. So that I thought that was a really interesting tie to it, because as we know, the Ramseys were never, I don't even think they were charged, convicted. They were well investigated into, but they were never convicted of anything. They were never convicted of the murder. And it was interesting to hear John Ramsey talk about his relationship to the Boulder police over the years. It's very similar. Very, very similar with how this case presents itself. So again, and that's like another small town, So again, patterns. Is it possible? Is it possible it's a frame job? Absolutely. You don't have to buy in it fully. But if there's even a shred of reasonable doubt, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you believe frame job or not. If you aren't 100% sure she did it, she ran John O'Keefe over or hit him with her vehicle, then she's not guilty. End of story.
It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around?
Yep.
Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall.
And we did. We spent a lot of time watching those videos. And not only that, she wasn't only just getting along with John, she was getting along with the people he was talking with too. So and people like friendly engaging with her back. And I think this was from the CJ McCarthy's video, because I noticed she was talking to, I think it was one of John O'Keefe's friends. But it was like him, Karen Read, and one of his friends, just like hanging out, joking around, big smiles, and that kind of gave me the impression, and I know a couple of people have said this too as well, especially during the witness testimony, is it often feels like, one, yes, Karen Reed is an outsider. She's not from Canton. Cool. But more than that, she's also attractive. She's also successful, very smart, has a good looking boyfriend. And I imagine that that's something that Jen McCabe and her band of goonettes probably didn't like. Probably didn't like. Probably felt threatened. So that's just my speculation, but that was kind of the vibe that I got during a lot of that witness testimony, specifically with the women, is that kind of like that Mean Girls vibe.
Words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Reed and John O'Keefe that night. Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up until the time Karen Reed dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another.
Yes.
That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen.
And also, too, again, not to stop Jackson and his fiery pitbull energy, but if you guys don't think that, like, Canton, like, that the Alberts aren't, like, kind of their own little, like, mafioso of Canton, they are. And, like, how the people of Canton feel, go on. There's plenty of court hearings, not court hearings, but selectman board hearings where the townspeople get to talk. And guess who's on the select? He's a select boardman. Is Chris Albert. So, yeah, do these people run the town, or they think they run the town? Yes, there is, and that's what's so frustrating to me about this case. It's about privilege. It's about just people who peaked in high school feeling like they are invincible, just like the Adelsons. And I think that's why I just got so invested in that case, is because, again, it's like you're taking these people who have everything. They have everything. But they want more and more and more. And they'll go to extremes to do whatever they want because they can. And in this case, I imagine they're probably not, like, Adelson wealthy. The Adelsons are not only they're powerful because they're wealthy. They're connected into that rich circle community. The Alberts are just they're townies, they're cops. So it's like a whole different breed of power. So that's their privilege. And when you take advantage of that privilege, you can't expect people to not like you. So I encourage you, if you want to see what the people of Canton feel, and not everybody, of course, there's going to be people who are going to side with them, who probably grew up, are still friends with them, maybe are even employed by some of these people, like what, Jim Barris, who attacked Turtle Boy, who's been charged with assault. These are the types of people. Tell me they're not capable of something like this, or at least lying, covering up. That, like, just seeing that. And I know the jury doesn't get to see stuff from the outside. They don't get the whole story. They don't get from the very beginning. They don't get to dig into their past history. They don't get that. Because these people aren't on trial. Karen Reed's on trial. So we get to go through her entire dirty laundry of history. And it's just like, it's just extremely frustrating to me. It's extremely frustrating that people still think they can get away with dirty stuff like this.
John walked into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins.
Which also, too, like, again, I'm not going to keep stopping as quickly as I am right now, but again, like, why would, like, who would be that random person?
What's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock you heard about in this trial. It was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement.
Yep.
There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car.
And also,
So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the
remember, Ryan Nagel said he didn't see John O'Keefe outside of the vehicle, or he didn't see, he was outside. He pulled up behind Karen Reed's car. He did not see John O'Keefe. He was not outside the vehicle. That's what he testified to. And that's one of the McAlpert mafiosos who said that. So
the Apple Health data, look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told.
Which makes sense because, again, when did she auto connect to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network? 12:36 a.m. Guess how far? And I created a video on this and didn't upload. I'm going to try and re-upload it. Where I pull up the Google map of how far it would take for Karen Reed to drive from 34 Fairview to One Meadows, where John O'Keefe lived, to his house. It takes 6 minutes. So if she left at 12:30, then it is totally plausible that she got there at 12:30. That makes sense to me. It's a 6-minute drive. She might have even left a little earlier than that. 12:29, 12:28. Give or take with the snow, the snowy conditions. But even if she didn't, if she still made that 6-minute drive, then how snowy was it at that point? I really like how he called that out. Jackson's doing a really good job of, like, also laying out a timeline and, like, the series of events, the way that the witnesses were called. It's not like a lot of back and forth, like, hard to follow. It's very easy in terms of just streamlining that timeline.
Told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows.
Yep.
She was gone by 12:30. And John's phone was taking
At
36
least.
steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data,
And
Ryan
Nick
and Heather
Marino
both
agreed,
independently
too.
testified
He's the
that
cell
they
phone guy
passed
for
Karen's
the
SUV
Commonwealth.
as they drove away after
You
talking to
couldn't
Julie.
dispute that.
And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the
Inside.
house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit.
So like I said, Ryan Nagel, he pulls up behind Karen Reed. Again, he does not see John O'Keefe.
Brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30.
Yep.
Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows.
Which is,
Was she butt
again,
dialing John over and over?
isn't that so awkward? It's like oh my God, I wish we could get like a shot of her, but the fact that she's in the courtroom, you think that the jury is looking at Jackson at that moment, or they're looking at Jennifer McCabe? I think I'd be looking at Jennifer McCabe. I'd be watching every single movement that she's making. Read the room. I would just, I don't think it helps them being there. I just don't think it helps. Yeah, they have a right to be in there. They can be in there if they want to, but I don't think it's a good look for the Commonwealth at all. I don't think it's necessarily, jury intimidation. Maybe they think in their brain, but if anything, it just makes them look worse and it makes the Commonwealth look clownish. I would have been, if I were Lally, I would have been like, please, like, just don't. You want to come in on verdict day? Fine, I'll call you when the verdict is ready, but during closing, please do not. It just doesn't make anything look better.
Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They've been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian?
Unfortunately.
Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear.
Nope.
So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I'll draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be
And
doing.
again, Brian Albert's in
This
the
is what they were
background.
doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers. Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know.
So something that Brian Albert keeps doing too that I'm noticing, and it's hard to tell because he's at the very, very top, and this court TV keeps blocking it every time I pause. But pay attention when I play again. But every time Jackson brings up his name, and I'm not a body language expert, but I find that like super fascinating. He goes like almost like he wants to say something, but like he's like, instead of grinding his teeth, I just noticed his mouth like constantly just like opening, like he wants to say something, but he can't. And it's usually around when Alan Jackson is referring to either him or his house or just anybody specifically related to him. So I encourage you to just pay attention. He's the guy in the very far top right corner.
We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me?
Yeah.
A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done.
Yep.
What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted, I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth.
Yep.
But there are more odd
You've been there,
unexplained
Emmy.
things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim,
And Jackson did that. So when I was listening to Jackson this morning, I was like, butt dials. And you know, for sure they're saying it in their heads as well too. That's what makes it like he's just engaging. He's inviting the jury into his story. I think it's really, really well done. And if anything, the Alberts and Jennifer McKay, whoever's sitting with the O'Keefes right now, it just further, because he knows they're sitting there too. So yeah, he's gonna name drop them left and right. But if you even like, as I'm recording this, like I can see how many seconds are going by for each minute as I'm recording. And 22 seconds, you can get a really decent conversation in. Like right now I'm speaking and I'm at 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 13. You can get a full length conversation in by 22 seconds. That alone right there was just 18 seconds of me talking. So what were they saying for 22 seconds? And there's actually this clip in Longmire. This is what, and I wish he would have done this because it was really cool in Longmire. Where it's towards like the end of, I think, the series in the last season, where Waltz Longmire, he is like in a court case, was charged with the murder of Branch Connolly, and he's like he's the sheriff of his town, and he I forget who Branch Connolly's lawyer's name was, but he pulls up like a phone, because again, it goes back to like the voicemail. Like how long of a voicemail, how long can you get a conversation in a certain amount of time, and he times it. And I think it was like 6 seconds. And he holds up the timer. It was just so cool and badass. Very like, obviously it was a TV show, but it would have been cool if Jackson did it here too, to kind of like further prove his point of what could you be possibly talking about for 22 whole seconds. That is a long time. People don't realize it's a much longer time than you think.
that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take?
I actually want to
15
see.
seconds? Yep. Let's test that out.
Let's test it.
Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing.
Oh wait, let me
All right.
let me actually get this on normal speed too, because I want to actually see. But it clearly it's possible to have any kind of substantial conversation.
Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take?
Not even 20 seconds on normal speed. So, and it would have been cooler if he had a timer going with it, but also Bev does have a timer on her, I think on her desk. I don't know what that's called. She does have a timer. I wonder if she has, I imagine she has the seconds as well too. So I wonder if the jury can see that. But that would have been really cool if he had like a stopwatch or something really dramatic.
15 seconds, maybe. But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else.
They did.
That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None.
Mm-mm.
At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted.
You can't fake a
So what else was
Google
going
search.
on at or around this
Just
same time
can't.
when all this suspicious activity
But
was
you
happening
can
at the Albert
delete it.
house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night?
At what,
By 3:30
12:45 is
a.m.,
when Lally was trying
someone
to
moved a
say.
Ford Edge in front of the very
That's
area
impossible.
that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34
This
Fairview
is
is
so
serviced by a bulkhead.
awkward.
It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house.
Yep.
Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m.,
To check for
John's body was, in
footprints
fact,
in the
now
backyard? No. Of
Well,
course
this
you
flurry
did.
of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabe's. What's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turned to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed.
Well, and like, here's the thing. So Jackson's going to get into, because this is what I was a little fuzzy on. And I feel like he packaged it nice and easy for people to understand in terms of again, series of events. I was under the impression John wanted to go, Karen didn't want to go, dropped him off, and then he was like, "Yeah, I'll get a ride from somebody else." But it seems more than likely what happened, and this makes way more sense. Way more sense. Brian Higgins was like, "Oh, I want to see," and maybe he was even like, "Hey, like I want to fight." Who knows? We don't know. We don't know why John O'Keefe went inside. We don't know. We just don't know why he went inside. But it was clear Karen didn't want to go inside. Like, why didn't she want to go in there with him? Probably because she didn't like those people. Probably because she didn't trust those people. Probably because she knew that John was amped up about something. And clearly he was going to come back in a few minutes' time. And remember, John O'Keefe saw that ring camera footage of her and Brian Higgins, or her planting one on Brian Higgins. That was so revolting to hear. So he probably had a few things to say to Brian Higgins, I imagine. So again, and like nobody has asked this question, like, why didn't Karen want to go in? And I can only reasonably think that, yeah, she didn't like these people. She didn't want to hang out with them. John was probably a little bit drunk and was persistent and was like, no, I'm going to go in. I'm going to go in. She was probably like, fine, just like I'll be 5 minutes. All right, cool, fine. I'll wait here then. And then he ends up hanging out longer than she wants. She's pissed because they're already coming off of a fight from earlier, a few hours earlier, even though it seems like they're all good now. And she leaves. She leaves. And I think this is where that admission of guilt kind of comes into play of, in a way, maybe she feels responsible because she dropped him off. Essentially. Didn't drop him off, but she left without him. Maybe she feels a little bit responsible. I just want to know why he went inside, why she didn't go inside. But having this theory, this story, this timeline, it makes more sense to me. Because why else would she just be parked up outside that house? Just hanging out there, not going inside. Like, was she like, again, like, why?
By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking?
That's where those
at this point?
voicemails
What's
were
going through her
made.
mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34.
Not all of them, but a lot of
I
them.
can't believe you do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35.
Mhm.
Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John?
She pulls up to his
12:35
house.
turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know.
See how he relates to
The next open voicemail has
jury?
Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears are realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You can see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called She reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished. When Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom, he's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged."
Who
Take a look
also
at this
said
photograph
that?
and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely.
Yep.
And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great
Kevin
to
Albert.
investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades.
Kevin Albert.
At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift.
Remember they
Oh, wait
worked
a
on
minute.
cold
They didn't
cases
think that.
together?
They said it out loud.
Leaving
But still, you've got to imagine that
guns
the Alberts
and
had to be
badges
stressed.
and
What with that
driving
whole thing
drunk.
about a dead body being on their lawn.
Yep.
That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches?
Will he even go to the crime scene? I don't know if he said that, but like, will he even go to the crime scene? And I listened to his testimony so many times. I didn't hear once that he even went to the crime scene. He just met up with Buchanan, and then they went to Good Samaritan, from what I can recall. And then from there, I think they went to Canton. And then they went to Dighton to pick up Karen Reed's car. And then back to Canton. Not once did he go to the actual crime scene until days later, where other pieces of taillight magically revealed themselves.
Look at our early morning phone calls. Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own.
This is artlist.io.
Oh my God. You're killing me with
Platform
these
built-
It's
ads.
us or it's them.
Yeah, I gotta
And by
get
the way,
used
who's she
to
after all?
the premium, y'all.
Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit.
Yep.
If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized, so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo.
Mm-hmm.
Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact
The
that Michael
whole
Proctor was
ass
trying to
hour.
hide by those falsified affidavits.
You
saying
don't
he didn't
make a
seize the
typo
car
like that.
until
Like an
5:40.
hour and then some. You don't make a
If
typo.
that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation, what about Brian Loughran? You met him.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us.
Like Colin Albert.
Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness?
They also didn't ask any neighbors for ring camera footage. Like that for me is like damning enough. Like you're not gonna go across the guy across the street and ask like, hey, can I? That's exactly what they did with oh my god, the Colorado dad, just like a disgusting crisp whatever his name is, beautiful white, Shanann Watts, Chris Watts, Shanann Watts, beautiful woman, beautiful children. And the neighbor next door was like, yeah, or like not next door, I think right across the street, kind of adjacent. I was like, yeah, check out my ring camera footage. And they were able to solve that in like 3 seconds. So no, it's not incompetence. It's not laziness. It's intentional. You mean to tell me not one even if the people across the street didn't have ring cameras, you're telling me the person all the way down the block, because Karen Reed has to turn, where would she turn off to get to One Meadows? Even just to give somewhat of a gist of a timeline of, oh, her car was moving after 12:45. Like if they had that, then I'd be like, all right, okay. All right, well, I don't know if she still hit him, but she was there. Her timeline doesn't make sense now. But they can't even get the timeline right. They can't even definitively say, and they don't have any GPS data. They don't have anything. They don't have backup cam data. They couldn't get any of that, allegedly. So I just feel like if you don't have a timeline, how can you possibly put any of this evidence together? How can you present this to a jury if you can't even tell us the who, the what, the when beyond a reasonable doubt?
Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Owls. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself.
Nope.
And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and compare the.
And this is something too that Dave Ehrenberg talks about on STS, which we're going to pull up a clip. I don't want to break out of Alan's flow, but we'll get into it. And he brings up the hair and the DNA and how important it is. And again, and I brought this up in my video from today or yesterday, because now it's future me, right? My hair ends up everywhere, like everywhere. I don't know how it falls. Sometimes it ends up like my wife walks out and she's got my hair all over her. Even when I was a dancer for 6 years and I used to come home with glitter. Glitter just used to be on. I didn't have glitter on me, but just being there where other girls are at, where there's glitter, it's gonna travel. It's gonna end up on your shoes. It's gonna end up on random things. What would make it suspicious is like in a case where you have a predator with a minor and that hair or DNA ends up in a place it's not supposed to. Then that's damning. But on a taillight of a car, he could have been leaning on the car. Her hair is probably on his car too. They were dating. His niece and nephew probably also had hair somewhere on her car, on his car. How are you telling me that's damning? That is like the most irrelevant piece of evidence in just as much as the glass but more so the straw. Like the straw. I loved when Lally brought up the straw because it was like, okay. And then it ended there. You can't even match the glass to the glass.
Analyses and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside.
Yeah, that too.
That would be a magic hair indeed. That magic hair means nothing.
Going
the DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was.
That hair, again, and I'm glad he brought this up too, is that hair would have traveled from not just the point of when the police seized her vehicle from Dighton, but it would have had to have traveled from 34 Fairview to One Meadows, because we know she was there at 12:36 because her phone auto-connected to the damn Wi-Fi network at John O'Keefe's home. Then from there, back to 34 Fairview and all about town looking for John O'Keefe, then to Dighton, then from Dighton back to Canton. Like, this one piece of hair just hanging on for dear life in a raging blizzard because Lally made sure that we knew it was the weather, and it was very snowy.
Placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Yeah. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces.
But the taillight was...
We're to believe that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port.
Yep.
Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Jerry Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight, while he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it, which means that was done intentionally. That was not
And
a mistake.
also,
And when caught in that obvious fabrication,
nobody, like, I don't know why, because on the other camera too, the video, the timestamp was a different color. I think it was like a yellowish white, but the inverted video of the Sally port, it was like a dark, like unreadable blue. And I was always curious about it. I didn't notice about the orientation of the timestamp, but you bet your bottom dollar that the jury is going to take a look at that video again now that he brought that up, and they're not going to see it the same. I mean, like, again, inversion alone, but the fact that, yeah, if the timestamp reads the same, but the orientation's backwards, and the way that you can tell is by looking at the police car, the vintage police car, and looking at the it says police on it, and police is spelled backwards. That's how you can tell it's inverted. And I think Jackson was the one, like, he was the one who noticed. Like, nobody noticed this. I don't know if Lally noticed it. I don't know who was the first to notice this, if Jackson noticed a long time ago and he was just waiting to bring it up, or if he only noticed right before cross-examination, during direct. But I also thought the color of the timestamp was interesting. I don't know if that's what it looks like, if that's what Canton uses, but why would it be like this dark, unreadable, like dark blue where you like, no matter, and I'm blind as it is, but like squinting, getting super close to the computer, you can't even read it.
Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth.
Mhm.
It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite?
See what he's doing too? He's saying
Ladies
they're
and gentlemen,
calling
you're
you
lied to.
stupid.
There's no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's
They're
abhorrent.
calling all of us.
But it's also a
stupid.
paradigm
They're insulting
of
your
everything that
intelligence.
the investigators have been willing to do in this case: lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor. And he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any
CPD
taillight
being
material at the scene.
Canton.
0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mullaney, Michael Lang, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate.
That big
The
piece of
13 shows up
taillight
later
that he showed
on
the
January
side by
29th, and according
side
to
of.
O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that 1 red piece was found. About 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts.
Yep.
Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about. Those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this
The shade. That was so good. I'm going to replay that. That is just too good to just glaze over.
cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags.
And they all love
These
doing
2 evidence
that.
bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about. Those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces
Brian Albert don't
and he pulls
like that.
2 pieces out.
Brian Albert
That's
did
okay.
not like
Put the 2
that.
red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lally.
Sorry, y'all. I had to pause that for a minute. Makes me some iced coffee.
Pieces, and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lally's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag.
Sir.
Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it?
Proctor.
Go back and watch the Sally Port video. I'll give you the timestamp,
You can
5:37, and see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening.
Yep.
And then the Sally Port video magically skips, and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara, unidentified troopers in Canton cops.
He was
were at
a
the search at 34
guy
Fairview.
who
How
testified
hard
a
is it?
few weeks ago.
Drop a piece of plastic. We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence, and now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses.
And they still didn't prove their case. They stopped the video because not even so much the Commonwealth, but the Boston Police and Canton PD want us, they would rather us believe that they are just stupid, incompetent people. And I hate I don't want to give them any credit and be like, oh, they're smart, because they're not smart. They didn't cover this up well at all. That's why the feds are investigating their investigation, because they know that it was done very poorly. But they would rather us believe that they're dumb and incompetent people, which is like, why would you want your townspeople to think that about you? That's not going to make them feel good about voting you back into whatever select board that you're the head of, or making you sheriff or anything. That's not going to give your people confidence in you that you can do your job, because this could happen to any of them. This could happen to them too. This could happen to their family member, their friend, their loved one. They would rather their people believe that they're just dumb cops who don't know how to do their job than think that they're capable of a cover-up. And again, seeing that video where Jill Daniels is rolling up, literally rolled up, like GTA style. If you didn't see that, I linked the video in the description below. You can check it out. It's the very beginning. I timestamped everything. She rolls up, and first thing she does, she just starts screaming like a hyena and assaults Turtle Boy. She rips his phone out of his hand and walks away with it. Vile, visceral, just very angry people. Very angry. People who are capable of doing something like this. Not well, but they're capable of doing it. So they got the dumb part right, but just not the incompetent. I mean, maybe they are incompetent as well. I'm sure they are. But I also think that you get enough people working together, you can brainstorm somewhat of a cohesive story.
And expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview. John got out of the car. She reversed into him and hit him. And then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe, or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows.
That's why I love all these
people. They've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. Because
say, oh, but she was hit by her, even if it was involuntary, and she just didn't know. Like that's what you're gonna hear Dave Arenberg say later in this video. And it's just so ridiculous. It's like even their own medical examiner, the Commonwealth, like this is supposed to be your star witness, aside from the lead investigator. Next to him, yeah, we want to talk to the medical examiner. We want to talk to the coroner. We want to talk to the person who's actually in charge of looking at and analyzing the injuries that were sustained and determining the cause and manner of death. Those are the people we care about. Yeah, witness testimony, okay. But even the Scott Peterson case too. All the differing witness testimony, it's hard. Especially the further and further out you go. And remember, a lot of these witnesses weren't interviewed right off the cuff. A lot of these witnesses weren't interviewed for several months. Colin Albert. So how much do you think they really remember? Or what they don't want to remember? They have all that time to put together whatever narrative they want to put together.
That the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide.
Nope.
She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her
Most
expert
likely,
opinion,
since most of
his
his
injuries are
injuries
consistent with a physical altercation, as she
were
testified,
above
but
the
they are not,
shoulders.
in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt.
That
But the
by
evidence
itself is
and
like,
the truth
case
goes
closed, why are we
far
here? Like,
We introduced you to not one, but two thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. Two of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist.
who were
reviewed this
hired
case.
by the
They
Fed,
did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case
the
scientifically.
entity.
They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent
They can't say
of
that,
any
though.
party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that
Why
John's
didn't
injuries
they?
were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in
Which
contact.
again, if any, and that is what a great point too, is like they had the same level of access, and obviously people looking on the outside like me who are able to follow all the previous hearings, who have all this background information. No, they were hired by the feds to investigate this investigation. They were not hired by the defense. The defense is not paying them. This was confirmed by Dr. Rentschler. And I think Dr. Wolf as well, too. But at least Dr. Rentschler, not paid, not there on the defense's dime. And the Commonwealth had access to the same report that the defense got. But it didn't support the Commonwealth's narrative. And neither did the medical examiners. And this is so funny, too, because again, this is what Dave Ehrenberg brings up when he's talking on the STS panel is why weren't the crash experts interviewed, like, were prepped by the defense beforehand? Why weren't they given all this information? It's like, because they didn't know. They didn't know this information, which I think, again, it's like coming in as a jury member, they don't know. That's why Jackson was so much homing in on the fact that they weren't hired by us. This is a totally unbiased party, people who have nothing to gain from this, who could have been also equally, they got the same exact report we did from the feds that these guys created. The Commonwealth doesn't call them because it doesn't support their narrative.
Contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement before coming to his final resting place
Because he
with his
couldn't
unbroken phone
sustain those
tucked neatly
injuries
under his
just
body.
hitting the snow, as
It's
we have
nonsensical.
come to find.
It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler, both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-reviewed articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in
They
accident
build
reconstruction.
cannons.
What did Dr. Rinchler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination.
Yeah.
He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics.
You can't.
John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound.
Yeah, Dr. Rentschler, like, pretty much, like, he gave essentially Jackson's closing argument for him yesterday. He was, there's no evidence. Like, he's like, why are we here? This makes no sense. This is not caused by a motor vehicle. These injuries, there's no way this is possible. There was no flinching, no shadow of a doubt, not, oh, it's possible. No, this is absolutely not. And again, credibility. Who are you going to believe? You're going to believe the guy who took a couple of classes, or these other guys who have PhDs, who have these deep backgrounds, who work, again, for the federal defense, as well as for the NHL, build cannons? Who are you going to believe? Who are you going to believe? And also, like, very well spoken, very easy to understand, very confident, very knowledgeable, very passionate about their work as well, too, very engaging. Trooper Paul, you could barely hear him. Half the time he was mumbling through his testimony. And even if his credibility did match these other two experts, just in terms of speaking, who are you going to engage with more? It's also a performance too. Not just for the Commonwealth, not just for the defense, but for every witness they call too. How does it support their narrative? How does it support their theory?
How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero.
The shade,
that covered
Alan.
grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision.
The shade!
Of that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
5 minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued,
She's entertained. He's
got
looking
hit,
at the clock.
punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? or this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Read and talking about her like she's a piece of meat, talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object, and he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself.
Don't
Ladies and
forget
gentlemen, I
that.
began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth, and I did that because that's what this case is about, top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth, not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Read unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you, not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that, which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth, and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Read is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
Jackson for president. Let's just get, I hope this plays. What a freaking moment, y'all. I mean, like, talk about a mic drop moment. Talk about a mic drop moment. I mean, I'd want him as my attorney. I know that for a damn fact. Because, you know, the thing, too, is he believes in what he's saying. You know that he believes in his client. You know that he believes this is a cover-up. He believes in his court. You can tell he's passionate. He tied everything up, timeline. He had every piece of evidence. I thought it was really strong. I know there were like some attorneys who have different feedback on what they think of his closing argument. We'll get into that as well too. But I mean, no doubt it's engaging. He's a storyteller, right? And he dumbs things down enough for anybody to understand that this is totally possible. This could have happened. And the whole time he's talking, the whole time he's bringing up these names, remember, the jury can see these people. They're sitting right across the room. They can see some of these people. You don't think there's no wheels turning in their head? Of course there is. How can there not be? They're looking at every single thing those people are doing. Are they sitting? Are they squirming? Are they adjusting constantly? How are they reacting to certain things? Yes, they're probably also looking at Karen Reed, but I can bet your bottom dollar, I keep saying that, but they're probably looking at Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, Colin Albert, whoever else is there. So that was Jackson. I thought that was great. I think it made a really strong point too of how he didn't go into some of the gross and vile language that Proctor used during his testimony. Oh, well, during his cross examination when he was going through the text thread between him and his buddies. And I think it made a strong point of, I'm not like him. I don't speak to women like that. I don't treat women like that. I don't treat children like that, when he was talking about John O'Keefe's niece and nephew being called to the stand to testify, which we didn't see. That wasn't filmed. But even the mere fact of them bringing up their name, it just, what purpose did they serve in being called? And you'll hear Lally talk about it too during his closing, which we're going to get to. He definitely got the buzzer from Bev, but Jackson, I don't know. You can tell the difference. And I don't know, maybe this is like a case that Lally knows he's not going to win. And maybe he just doesn't, I don't know, maybe he's performed in better other trials way better. Who knows? I would love to see him again on a different trial, the different defense team, and just see. Like, is this just his style? Like, or was he just not, does he just not buy into what he's trying? I mean, there's times where I feel like he's trying to get into it, or he's trying to adopt these different personalities, and it comes off a little odd. Jackson and Yannetti have been consistent the whole way through. Jackson's the pit bull, and Yannetti's like the warm, like friendly guy. Like he's the nice dad. Charming, polite. Jackson's kind of funny. Guy you'd probably go out with and, like, you know, have a beer with, talk a little crap with. But Lally, it's like who are you? Like, you almost give off vibes of, I'm still that nerdy kid from school. Like, I'm the victim, I'm the bully. That's the energy I feel like he brings into this trial. That's my opinion. Let me know what you guys think. Let's get into Lally's closing argument.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So he has an hour too. They both only have an hour.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Those are the words of the defendant 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022.
Which, again, we just have to stop that right away, because was it 3 times or was it 4 times? Because I distinctly recall you saying in opening, as well as Jen McCabe saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. 3 times, not 4 times. It's already like, okay, this is what, okay. We're going with 4 times now.
You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag, valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened.
So was Karen Reed, by the way.
And the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by Firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information. and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, "I hit him," repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. "You did what?" And the defendant repeated, "I hit him." Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, "Could I have hit him?"
Which also too, like, what is that? Like, listening to that again, like, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That can mean a whole bunch of things. Like, she was there trying to resuscitate him while also Jen McCabe's in the car calling 911 because she said Karen was too loud and she couldn't hear. Fine. But then when she's yelling for people to get help, to get blankets because John's freezing to death, nobody helps her out. She's the only one who's trying to attempt to save his life. So when she's screaming, "I hit him, could I have hit him?" That can mean a number of different things. That could be a number of things. She didn't say, "Oh my God, did I back into him? Did I run him over?" Did she say any? No.
In the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Mr. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Mr. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe, what caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, "I hit him."
What caused the trauma?
You heard testimony from Officer
No,
Sarah.
because she's not a
Statements that
medical
he attributed
professional,
to the defendant
Lally.
is saying that more. "This is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this."
Which to me, I could see that as her being, I left him a bunch of angry messages. Oh my God, I left him there. Oh my God, I left him there. I did this to him. Oh my God, this is all my fault. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it. She's in so much shock. She's trying to piece things together. If I didn't leave him, if I just waited, if I went in with him, he'd still be alive, right? I did this to him. That's the way I hear it. That's the way I see it. Let me know what you guys think.
This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard.
I gotta speed up, Lally.
There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony are concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of reported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a three-card monitor. The facts and the evidence in this case are your card, they're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement, look at this person, look at that person, look at text messages, look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the three indictments before this court.
What's the third
The evidence and the facts of
indictment?
this case are for you, the jury, to decide.
I thought
Using
it
your common
was
sense, using your
second-degree
life
murder
experiences
and
as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you and ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is,
look the other
I
way.
submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively
Why are you defending?
conducted.
This is my problem with this. Is I understand because you have to talk about the integrity of the investigation. I understand that. But what I would have done is really like say it just comes off so defensive of Proctor, and I would just distance myself as much from him. Be like, look, I get it. The things he said, absolutely inexcusable, disgusting, deplorable. That is not a representation of this investigate, like totally distancing, saying, yes, he is a deplorable human being. We can all agree on that. However, he wasn't the only one investigating this crime. There were multiple people, and like kind of shift the focus from, because he's the worst player of them all, and I get it, he's the lead. But when you come off like this, it's just so defensive, in my opinion.
Into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him in sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence.
What
No
about all the
evidence
stuff that was
whatsoever.
deleted?
Why? Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy. There is no cover-up. There is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. We heard a lot about him over the course of his trial, about his selfless story to his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. We heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline. This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28th, 2020.
Guys, Lally has a timeline now. He finally figured out his timeline. It only took him, 10 weeks to get 31 days to get a concrete timeline or a rough idea. And I'm going to be paying attention to this super fucking carefully. Excuse my language, but I am going to be paying attention to this so carefully, because if you remember in opening, he said that Karen Reed, because I guess Jen McCabe put her there, Jen McCabe put Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview at 12:45 or around 12:45 a.m. That is no longer true because of the fact that, and this is why I keep saying it so much, because it's the biggest piece of evidence for me. With all the other lack of evidence. Her connecting to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network at 12:36. She would have had to have left 34 Fairview at least at 12:30. Probably before then, because of the snow. It would have taken her probably a few extra minutes to actually get there and then get close enough to his house to auto-join his Wi-Fi network. Anybody with an Apple phone knows how that works. I don't know if Androids have Wi-Fi. I assume they do too, but anybody with a cell phone knows how Wi-Fi works. So I'm very curious to see when these series of events are supposedly supposed to take place, if he goes back to that, because remember, I think this testimony I think this was during yesterday's cross-examination with one of the reconstruction specialists, maybe even Dr. Sheridan. I can't remember exactly who, but I do recall Lally saying, did you know that about 15 to 20 minutes later, from 12:11, when they left the waterfall, Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe? So how can that be true? Can those two things be mutually exclusive? She auto joins at 12:36 a.m., but at the same time, she's also allegedly striking her boyfriend with her car. Can those be both mutually exclusively like I don't understand. I don't understand. So you see how he had to go from 12:45 down a few minutes because it no longer served his timeline. Now he has a timeline. So let's hear what he has to say here.
9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want.
Also notice how it goes from like precise, accurate times to around 3 p.m. Like, why wouldn't you have that exact time? You have exact times for every single one of these other texts, including when she arrives at CF McCarthy's. I think I said CJ McCarthy's before. CF McCarthy's. But here it's around 3 p.m. Does anybody else think that's a little weird?
2:33 p.m. Defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering. Stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with him." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in here." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking him to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point in which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at CF McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at CF McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a strong. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at CF McCarthy's. The drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from CF McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the CF McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, keeping understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the
He's trying to make it out like she's drunker than it might seem. And again, even listening to the voicemails, as angry as she sounds, she doesn't sound like she's slurring her words. So, and if she drunkenly hit him at around 12:45 a.m. and she was drunk, wouldn't she be slurring her words? If she is not, she's super freaking tiny. 9 drinks, she'd probably, and if it was just like shot for shot for shot for shot, and the way that they laid out the timeline, she probably would have been like under the bar, like past that. She wouldn't have been walking out in a straight line. I don't care how much you eat. I get super tipsy after having a beer and a half. Granted, I drink IPAs, but still.
Waterfall, during the course of which, on an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolokithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Miss McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Madam McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe. Speaks with him regarding directions or going over which way to come in, Chapman Street, over Cedar Crest.
But John O'Keefe is a close friend, right, guys? He's really good friends with these people, but he doesn't even know where Brian Albert lives. He doesn't know how to get there. But he's really good friends with them. In fact, they're such good friends that they didn't even show up to his funeral. Really close friends.
As far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed, the black SUV from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV.
And
12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe.
so you notice how, and the defense, obviously, because this favors the defense, Lally's not going to bring up the fact that Ryan Nagel said, "No, I didn't see John O'Keefe outside." If she hit him, also, why would she just be chilling there after she hit him on purpose? Just yeah, let me just hang out here. Oh, and these people are pulling up behind me. Or if we're to believe he was in the car, wouldn't you have, maybe not? But there was definitely no dead body. And what time was that? So I guess he's trying, that was right before.
His phone. It's in that area between 32, 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. What you have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about.
Also, why did Carrie Roberts pick up his phone? I always found that interesting. Why did she pick up his phone?
As far as the movement of the vehicle. The movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text stream, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that 3-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, for 24.2 miles.
That's not possible, Lally. That's not possible. You want to know why that's not possible? Because 34 Fairview is on a curve. It's on a freaking curve. And you can go straight back all you want, but you're hitting the curb. Or if you're going that fast, I imagine you drive up onto the lawn, unless there's so much snow it stops you. It's on a curve.
Miles per hour for 62 and a half feet with a minor steering
62 and a half
angle,
feet. Can you
change,
imagine?
which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At
When
12:30
you took a
a.m.,
couple of
you have that second
classes, you
triggering
have a
event 8
different
minutes
physics
after the
class.
three-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home.
So when are you saying she hits him? Because now it seems, and I gotta back this up because this is insane to me. They leave. When did they leave the waterfall? When is he saying they leave?
Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in at 8 a.m. is when the defendant can do his Waze app on his phone. But you observe the black SUV from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone.
12:19:32.
12:19:32.
Okay. And then jumping ahead.
Direction and then comes to the property, which happens text street. 6:30 in reverse and a half for indicated a.m. 12-second triggering event with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the three-point turn when the vehicle's in.
There's so much I need to go back to. John, okay, so they're entering. This is what Lally's saying. They're entering 34 Fairview, or John O'Keefe's putting that into his phone at 12:19. So they leave the waterfall, I think, at 12:11. Okay, fair. How far is the waterfall? 34 Fairview Road. Waterfall Bar and Grill. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It seems like good traffic. I mean, like right now, it's midnight on a Tuesday. Fair. 5 minutes. At 12:19. Well, I know that they made a couple of wrong turns, so that makes sense. Okay, you buy some time. But I want to go back a little bit more because not too far back. I want to go back to when he's saying Ryan Nagel pulls up behind her.
Departing the waterfall together. Interesting waterfall video, you are not. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolakithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly,
12:10.
around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand.
Okay, so Karen walks out first with Jen. Then John walks out at 12:11, a minute later.
At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, where to?
Okay, 12:14, text Jen, where
12:14
to?
a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Matt McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving. Ms. McCabe called.
Why is that a point even important? Like, oh, they're good people. Like, they don't text and drive. They don't drink and drive, even though they're all coming from a bar driving.
John O'Keefe speaks with him regarding directions or going over which
Okay.
way to come in Chapman Street
12:14.
over Cedar Crest as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed the black SUV from each of those respective videos. 12:19:32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a three-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native.
12:23. So Karen they pass the house. Okay, she's got to turn around.
Location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxon, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV.
So that's a very tight window, Lally. That's a very tight window. So you're saying 12:24, Ryan Eagle pulls up around the same time. Okay. 12:36, that's like 12, that's 12 minutes later. Karen auto connects to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network. And we know it's a 6-minute drive, so she had to have left at the latest 12:30. So you're saying between 12:24 and 12:30, likely 12:28 or 12:29, she hits him in. That's a tight window for there to be people there.
12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32, 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning.
And somebody brought up a good point too. Like, wouldn't she have hit Ryan Nagel's car? Like, where did his car go?
In which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe.
That makes absolutely no sense. So if there's no movement from the phone from that point, so within a minute she hits him in front, like, that makes absolutely no sense, dude. That makes no sense. In 1 minute? In 1 minute? That's why I had to go back so many. I'm like, is he serious?
His body sometime after 6 a.m. What you have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle.
So this is 34
Movement of the vehicle as it
Fairview.
comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up.
It's like
moving up, as
Lucky
witnesses described,
Lockman
eventually
did.
stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road,
Which is
which
just
happens to
down
coincide
here.
with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text street.
So again,
Fairview Road.
they only have, and this is so irritating. They only have 34 Fairview. I imagine this is 32. Would it not be, or would this be 36? Like, that would be helpful. Is this 32 or is this 32? This is 34. Because if she's up here, the flagpole's all the way down here, and that don't make sense. Because then they have her parked up over here. But I guess this is 32, like all the way down. Why isn't that on the map? Why are we looking at all of this? Pull up the map, Lally, so we can actually. And why don't you have it labeled? Which house? Like, I can't see anywhere on here. Which house is 30? This is the only one that says has a house number on it.
Which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text street, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that
I gotta look
following
at this.
that
I
three-point
gotta
turn,
look at this.
approximately
This
8
makes
minutes after,
no sense to me.
from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, with 24.2 miles per hour for 62 and a half feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the 3-point turn. When
Okay, so just briefly going back, and then I'm gonna hop off this because this is frustrating me. So yeah, this is 32 down here past the big giant tree. This is not 32. So the houses go up like that, which would be helpful. Like, why? I don't understand. This isn't helpful. This isn't, it just shows where she did the 3-point turn, I guess, to turn back down. I don't understand why that matters. I want to see down here. This is where she was parked, allegedly.
vehicle control for you. In 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36.
Second trigger event, 8 minutes after 3-point turn, vehicle in reverse. So no. He's saying, Lally, this doesn't make sense. Lally, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This is what he's saying. She's hitting him at 12:30. She was already on her way home, already on her way to John O'Keefe's house at 12:30.
Is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant.
This is the frustrating thing. Are you saying she literally hit him, reversed real quick, skirted in the snow, which you've made it abundantly clear that it was very snowy out, very snowy. She hit the gas going 24 miles an hour in reverse in the snow, not in a straight line. It was on, the road is curved. The road is curved. At 12:30, and then bolted away. I can't even imagine. How would you do that without your tires spin? How would you do that without your car sliding all over the place? Wouldn't she have hit something else? Wouldn't a neighbor have heard something? Like, that's the thing that drives me absolutely. Wouldn't anybody in the house have heard something if a car had made contact with a human? I think they were like, oh, the music was loud. We were listening to the music was loud. I'm pretty certain you would hear a car crash. Fairly certain. Probably hear at least, like, the car. This makes absolutely no sense. And it's not correct with what you said in opening. You said 12:45, and when you found out that her phone auto-connected to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows, you knew you had to change your story. And it's like, this whole time, not that I felt bad for Lally, but I just, like, because he's getting destroyed, but he's just as slimy as them. You're trying to fit these puzzle pieces together that don't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. You can't make fetch happen. And I just don't feel bad for you, dude. Because this is an innocent woman whose life you're literally putting in the hands of 14 strangers. It's just
So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62.5 feet, the defendant leaves that voice.
But she calls it. So guys, she hits him at 12:30 and then calls him 3 minutes later. Okay.
Seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42. Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was.
He wasn't her friend.
12:55.
Let's be
texts
clear.
John, see you later. 12:59. The defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637. He sounded like this.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Like, she sounds.
But somebody did know where
She
Mr.
doesn't
O'Keefe
sound
was. The
drunk.
defendant knew exactly.
Not in my opinion.
She had driven him there. She had struck him there. She had left him to die there. 1:02 a.m. The defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone."
No, she didn't say fucking. She said
1:09 a.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield.
Yeah,
at any
she's
point.
making it. She's pissed. She's
1:10
like,
a.m. The defendant calls her parents.
because she's not a jerk. She's not going to leave kids by themselves. She's just trying to make a point. She's trying to get him to come back.
When 11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Keep sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
You can't get over
When
the
18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house, and she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body.
Could it
to
have
be out on
been
the front lawn.
Chloe?
4:42 a.m. The defendant
He
calls and
didn't,
speaks.
though.
Calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m. The defendant calls Miss Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?"
So and that's the thing too, is like, so on one hand we're supposed to believe their witness testimony, but we're not supposed to consider Lucky Loughran's testimony of saying, no, I didn't see, and I actually had lights. Like his Franken truck had like I think he said up to 5 or 10 feet of visibility. He could see the whole frickin' street. Clear visibility. But we're supposed to only believe their witness testimony. Nobody else's witness testimony. Okay.
4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Miss McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Miss McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a
Yeah,
fight.
because
and I
Jen
left him at the
McKee probably
waterfall. Those are
doesn't
the
like
first statements
Karen.
of the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead. Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead. He must have been hit by a cloud. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves One Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling HPD, calling 911, something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent and calling your parents and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant. While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing, and dying from a brain injury.
Lally, who was the one who jumped out of the car and tried resuscitating John O'Keefe? Karen Reed. Who was the one screaming for help? Get blankets. Go run inside. Karen Reed. Karen Reed. Do you know what that situation's like when you don't know where your loved one is? Like, not everybody's always quick to call 911, especially too when she knows she's in Canton, a town that doesn't really like her or probably makes her feel very welcome because she didn't go inside the Albert home. She probably didn't feel welcome. She's there. She doesn't live there. She's from Mansfield. She's not a townie, so why would she? She knows of these people, and they're cops. They're all cops. Why would she need to call 911? They're all cops. The people he was hanging out with, cops. That is 911.
And a skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. 5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfall. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now, that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was.
I don't understand how those two
Washington.
connect together.
This vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road.
Right.
5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house.
Well, where's Jennifer McCabe's house though?
I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually...
Lally, that makes no sense. That makes no sense because you're saying she went to Jennifer McCabe's house. But then you're talking about retracing your steps to 34. Those are two different places. Jennifer McCabe doesn't live at the Albert home. And did they live together? No, because Brian Albert did his interview at Jen McCabe's house. So how far is Jen McCabe's house from Brian Albert's house? I imagine probably not that far. But she likely, if she doesn't have Jen McCabe's number, why would she know where Jen McCabe lives? She's probably, and also, again, she's driving in the snow, bro. If it's really that snowy out, it's a blizzard. She's probably sober now, I imagine. So yeah, she's probably going to drive a little bit slower. Also, too, looking for somebody. If you're looking for somebody, you're not going to be like gunning down the highway. You're going to be slowing down. You're going to be trying to retrace all of your steps and look, okay, like maybe he's I don't know. Maybe he's over here. I don't know. You don't know. I don't understand what you're trying to get at here, bro.
They get to Fairview Road and no one else can. It's because she knew exactly where he was. She hit him and left him there.
That was the last place she saw him.
Gone back during
Makes
that time
sense
frame.
to me to go back there.
18 a.m. when she's seen on
Not
the Temple
that
video,
weird.
and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house.
That's where I would look first. I'd be like, well, this is where I saw him last.
5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe,
Probably
Ms. Roberts,
should go
returns to
there.
Meadows Ave searching for junk. 6:03 is when the defendant, no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12, indicating this cruise camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this card right here is the spotlight that Officer Sarah had to use in order to locate.
Where's the
even with
body
vehicle
cams,
of Ms.
Lally?
Roberts parked
Where's the
right in
ring
middle
camera
of the road.
footage, Lally? But you have this useless video.
In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, the defendant sitting in the back seat of the vehicle knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. The defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
For some reason.
6:24 in the morning is when
Because she sees her boyfriend dead on the front lawn and she's in the middle of call and she drops her phone and rushes out to him. Why, if she intentionally killed him, why would she be in a rush to, one, find him, also involve other people who were there where she hit him? Wouldn't she try and skip town? Why would she go out looking for him if she hit him on purpose? Why would she be the first one to be like, yes, that's him. Let me try and revive him. None of that makes sense to me. Wouldn't she be skipping town?
when Ms. McCabe
Got enough
conducts those
money.
Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search of evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south.
which
circle back for a moment
again, Proctor
to Mr. O'Keefe,
lied
his
about
family,
in his
to his friends,
affidavit
and to his
or
relationship
his initial
with the defendant.
report.
You heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Miss Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. The defendant shows up at the house, abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drive that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton at the height of the blizzard.
What other vehicle would she drive, Lally? Oh, let me call an Uber. Let me see what Uber's around for me to get a ride. Would you want to go? I honestly, I can't. Everybody grieves in different ways. Everybody grieves in different ways. I can't imagine what I would do if I lost my wife. I cannot imagine. I don't think I'd want to be anywhere remotely near anything she was where we live. I would want to leave. I would do the same thing. I'd take my cat and I'd bounce. As close as I am with her family, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I could just. That's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. And she's not her mother. And there were so many conflicting feelings of her wanting to dial back on her stepmotherly type duties. Her not knowing what role she now has in these children's lives. A role maybe she didn't even necessarily want, but she did because she's a good person. And she cared about John enough to do it. Enough not to leave the children unattended and go back home to her house. And if she did that, I'd be like, yeah, she's kind of like a crappy person for doing that, but she didn't do that. Who's to say? Who's to say? And don't think we didn't forget that call that Michael Proctor made to her before that Google search that you tried to enter into evidence. Her Google search for her DUI attorney. I think 13 minutes after Michael Proctor called her from his personal cell phone. Don't think we forgot about that one. The jury, unfortunately, hadn't heard that. Fortunately, but also unfortunately, because again, it just further proves like you guys are just scummy people.
You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages and the phone call on January 28th. You heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. The defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at one.
Because she's planning on, at this point, she's suicidal. She's suicidal. She went to Good Samaritan. Like, she was admitted into Good Samaritan for trying to off herself. Because I know YouTube doesn't like that, but that's what she was also there for. That's probably what she means by that. And who knows if she wanted to go back to her parents' house, or I mean, I imagine she probably wanted to be with her family. You know, that's like every child's. You want to go to your parents. You want to go to your mom. You want to go to your dad. You want to feel safe. Suddenly, you're the outsider who's in this town full of townies. these cops, and clearly you didn't want to go in that house for a reason. Otherwise, you would have went in with him.
Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dayton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, I don't think I'll ever see you guys.
That's what that
Why?
sounds like to me. But again, let me know what you guys
She
think,
didn't kill John. Why would she say that?
because she's
You heard a lot of
contemplating
testimony about
offing
New Year's Eve in a
herself.
room. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regards to
Let's
them
just
exchanging
shame
and the
her
defendant
about
exchanging
that
text
too.
messages,
Why not?
on the
We've
flight down,
already
arranging times to meet up.
we've already
And then the defendant telling Aaron
dehumanized
via
her
text
enough.
message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in a room. Her testimony consisted from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and
Maybe he
accusations
didn't
of
want to kiss
infidelity
her,
in her
but
text
she
messages
did.
with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes, and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant.
Yeah, more mean
About
girl
20 to 25
energy.
minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out. And then he
You'll
and Ms. Sullivan-
notice a pattern. None of the women like Karen Reed. Why, you ask? Because again, Karen Reed's an attractive woman. She's successful. She knows how to hold a conversation. People like her. Guys like her. You saw that on the Waterfall video or CF McCarthy's video. Her talking to John O'Keefe's friends. Brian Higgins interested in her. Who else is interested in her potentially? That's the kind of vibe I got from her testimony, which was just totally like, again, it was just them trying to slam her character and paint her out to be this crazy, jealous girlfriend, which fits more with Proctor's testimony, which is somebody you want to stay far, 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 far away from, Lally.
Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asks him if he's okay, asks him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is.
We know they
You heard
had
testimony
a
from
hard
the children
relationship.
about the arguments in the weeks
Not a
and months. And I
secret.
know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house. They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece, Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing.
Did Karen Reed ever try and hit him? Did she ever try to harm John O'Keefe in the past? Has she ever threatened him? Threatened to hit him? Run him over with her car, let's say? Because she's so angry? The children never testified to that. And Lila's trying to make it like, oh, we had to call them because what was happening behind closed doors? John was trying to walk away from an argument. This is the exact dynamic I have with my relationship. Me and my wife get into arguments. Not a lot, but when we do, my wife walks away. That's her thing. That's what she does. She needs to cool down. Whereas I'm more like, excuse me? Like, what? Don't talk to me like that. I will go up to her. I'll. That's me. That's what I do. Every relationship's different. And again, it's like, Has she physically hit John? Has she like shown any violent tendencies? Has she threatened his life? Has she slashed his tires before? If she's really this crazy whack job, wouldn't she have done some of those things? Like, wouldn't she have done something to make him feel not safe?
Again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to see if McCarthy is eventually the waterfall and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th.
I want him to say
You have
the times
testimony in
again
regards
because
to
I
the
feel
ring
like
camera.
he's gonna flub.
Haley indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security codes to the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with her father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots. Mr. Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating.
Wait, did
very
he
good
just
friends
say
in
around the
January.
Patriots game?
John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots. Mr. Higgins.
Did he just say around the Patriots game? That's what I'm hearing. I feel like he's trying to play to the football fan now. Now it seems all right. Now it seems like you're trying to like play to somebody, Lally. You're trying to buy a cred with the jury. After Dr. Rentschler's testimony about the football play, which was frickin' that. I mean, what a great analogy.
Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game, in which
Yeah,
the
around the
defendant
Patriots
escorted Mr.
game.
Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you
You're a
recall,
Pats
the
fan,
defendant
right?
is saying something,
Yeah.
or joking about something, that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are. There are only 2 videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant
Doesn't
is showing
matter.
Mr. McCabe
We
and Ms.
auto
Roberts
joined to
broken
his
taillight.
Wi-Fi
Both
network.
of these, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. No video. The variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There are text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano.
Because the
parents
cops
at 1:18 in
that
the morning,
live there are
4:38 in the morning,
911,
4:42 in the morning.
Lally.
The call
They
then
are
from
911.
Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call Julie Albert, because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, and this is a phone call that both Ms. Albert and Ms. McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband, Matthew McCabe, reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34 Fairview. So she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead. And then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Ms. McCabe about the cracked taillight before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere, as you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed.
That's not what Nick Barrow said from the Dighton police.
You have the text messages between the defendant
Also,
and
did
Lord
he
Sullivan
just say Carrie
from January
Roberts said
of this
that?
at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with all with the call testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police.
Is it? I'm gonna have to go back to that because I don't.
Department garage.
That's not what they're saying on the defense, but we'll look back into that.
When the search warrant is executed on February 1st. You have the text messages between the defendant and Lord Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Lord Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m. And every indication is that he was found in the snow by the defendant, Mr. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. About an hour before.
It's okay that
5
he
a.m.
gets
would be
the
between
time
that
wrong,
time
but
where the defendant is
but
unaccounted
Proctor
for, heading in
can't.
the direction of 34
Proctor
Fairfield
had the
Road,
time right.
518, 535. Little things. The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning.
This
You have the
reminds me
testimony
so
of Ms.
much
Hyde and Mr.
of Dan Rauschbaum's closing arguments for Charlie Adelson. If you guys have followed that case, I think I'm going to cover that one next. That's like a multi-part trial series. I haven't dug into any of the past trials. I only started following with Charlie's trial last fall, and with Donna Sue getting prosecuted as well in September. I'm thinking I'm gonna, because there's a lot. There's like that privilege, that play on just, again, white privilege, and in that case it's rich white people who think they're invincible. And in this case it's cops, local cops, townie cops, and that's their privilege. That's what they use their privilege for. So I think I'm going to cover that next. But the little things. It's the little things. I feel like he was watching Rashbaum's closing arguments, because he was saying puzzle pieces. It's just like the same. I don't know.
As to SQLite databases, plist databases, knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of them, also from Trooper Marino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning. They were not deleted by user. That is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whiffin, had to alter exactly how their...
Did he just say, he just said, y'all, that Ian Whiffin designed Cellbrite? Ian Whiffin created like his own like little software that he was plugging, and did that like random demonstration for. Did you just say he created Cellbrite?
User, that is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whiffin, had to alter exactly.
Um. Ooh, I'm angry. Ian Whiffin did not design Cellbrite. Ian Whiffin did not design Cellbrite. It was established in Israel by these guys. Does that say Ian Whiffin? No. Ian Whiffin didn't design. Israeli digital intelligence company that provides tools for federal, state, and local law enforcement. Lally, do you know what you're saying?
How their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case. And what
Ian
did Mr. Green
Griffin
say?
did not design
Yes.
Celebrite, sir.
But those
What
questions,
are you
as far as how
saying?
long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. He knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning.
Opining.
What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicate is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about
You
the medical
can't.
condition.
No.
Is he dead?
No,
That phraseology
Lally. Is he
repeated
dead?
over,
Is he dead?
over,
Is he dead?
over
That's for
again.
me.
And when you
Say.
take into juxtaposition
Okay.
that phraseology, Tex Laura Sullivan found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
Now he's a
The unaccounted for
linguistics
time heading in the
expert.
direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 to 5:35. The repeated questioning, firefighter Whitney, firefighter Woodbury, asking Miss McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation, is what she's looking for. When she asks over and over again, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
No.
You have the testimony that you heard from Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other really at all. The only time, as they both testified to, that they ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022, is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers because he had some sort of deal at Reebok's outlet or something like that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both
So they
contacted
weren't
by the
friends.
defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy. At the waterfall, Mr. Alberts said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were coming. She describes
But
phone
Karen
calls
Reed
and
didn't
text
go
messages that
inside.
she receives from Mr. O'Keefe that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down Chapman, going down Fairview or coming off of Chapman. That you first go down a big steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second, 2 hills going down on Chapman. Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that his health data is recording that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And she's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before, neither has the defendant, which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But she's giving directions and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe will be familiar with, that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time, a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so prescient on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when she's riding, going towards Fairview Road with Miss Roberts and Miss McCabe in Miss Roberts' car. She's still talking about it at that time. It's that much on her mind.
So
Miss McCabe indicated
that's my
that
question.
she looked out,
If she
saw the
killed
vehicle initially in
him,
front of the front.
if she killed him intentionally, then why would she be talking? Why? Like, oh, he must be there. Like, he's probably sleeping with her. Why would she be talking about that? Why would she be talking about that and then be so quick to be like, oh, John's body is over there. Why wouldn't she skip town?
Front door as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Ryan Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, Then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. And then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense of it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece, Kaylee, at 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning. She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen.
I love his excuse for why nobody, you see what he just did there? Like, the reason why this 14-year-old answered her phone at 4 something in the morning was because she's 14. That's what teenagers do. They answer their phone late. They stay up late, right? Not the adults who got all these unanswered calls, alleged butt dials. They don't pick up the phone because they're adults. They don't answer their phone early in the morning. Wouldn't an adult, like, be more like, especially if it's from somebody you know, in the early hour mornings, you groggily, I don't even know what I'm trying, groggily roll over and see, wow, my best friend, or wow, my sister is calling me. I should probably pick this up, right? What? She never calls me at 4 in the morning. But no, only teenagers answer their phone at 4 in the morning. Only 14-year-olds do. Most 14-year-olds sleep like rocks. At 4 in the morning, they're asleep. It's not like they're 18, 21. They're out. They can't go out and party like that. They're not out at the bar. They're not up all hours of the night. That's
Jen,
the dumbest
John didn't come
argument.
home. Got in a fight. Left him at the waterfall. The variations, the different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning. Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, we saw you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tail. Then Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock in the morning. They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. And so what did Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 29th? They take off their boots, they come out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning when she came back to the house? Walked right in with the shoes. You hear that second voicemail. It's after the defendants arrived back at One Meadows Ave, after her phone is reconnected with Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. And you can hear the footsteps. Part of that may be in the garage, part of that.
Why does that matter? Do you think she really cares about taking her shoes off? At that point, let John be pissed at me later. I have no idea where he is. What does that prove?
Might be in the house.
How dare you walk in my house with
wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is. She knows it's not an issue. He's not coming home.
How does that even? How does 2 + 2 equal fish, Lally?
Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe are frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe. Defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road, and again,
That's according to them
too. The vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn. We have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on scoop stretcher and then bring him over to the ambulance while they're conducting the resuscitative efforts trying to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. But Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath only the phone, but the phone on the grass. On the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe. which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. And you heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow, and a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point to that, okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell
Wasn't
phone
it
was,
snowing
Ms. Roberts
all
observed
day on the
some
28th?
6 hours later after it starts snowing, is still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is, which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there.
Like, it was snowing all day, Lally. It didn't just start snowing after midnight. It was snowing on the 28th because John O'Keefe texted Karen, it's snowing. It's like really bad. Remember, she was going to get a plumber because she was going to get somebody over to help her fit because her water wasn't working. She wanted to take a shower. This is a text exchange that she had with John O'Keefe, I think on the 28th. On the 28th. During all their weird back and forth arguments, and then the whole thing about the plumber, and then about her staying with him. He thought she was staying with him over the weekend. And then he's like, oh, it's snowing. Like, it's really bad out. I can't drive. So, no, it didn't just start sticking. It was already snowing.
Now, on top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose to that as well.
What is it?
If you look at the video of the defendant,
Where's the other ring camera footage, Lally? We don't want to see that one. We want to see the one with Brian Albert's house.
In this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow.
But you see the
And if
wheel
you look
move.
at those stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted, Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair.
Oh, no, he's
actually
trying to throw
frozen
shade
to
at
the vehicle,
Jackson.
as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow. And Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up, because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it. That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side of that taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks
That's
that they're
not the
taking to
reason.
didn't have
And
that
then
heated condition. So yes,
that is a
after it's been in
lie.
there from January 29th, about 5:30
You're
p.m.
telling
until
me you
February
couldn't
1st,
found
when
a
the
different
search warrant,
place?
the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within the heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit. Weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries. It's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out. Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe. That initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. So that's indication of the swelling that Dr. Sportibello was testifying to, with no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan. Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent account, internally, externally, from civilian testimony to investigator testimony to medical testimony to forensic testimony to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Sarif's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the
Sorry, y'all. I know I've been silent for a few minutes. I was just trying to see because like the surrounding towns, because they're saying that like that's why they brought her car back to Canton, even though again Canton was supposed to have been recused from investigating this case, even though they were like, oh, well, we recused from interviewing people. And it's like, well, wouldn't you want to recuse yourself from handling any kind of evidence, physical evidence? I feel like that's a lot more troubling than testimony. Witness testimony isn't always the most reliable. So I would rather you take care of that part of the investigation than handling the evidence and having a Canton police officer help remove pieces of the taillight to assist Hartnett, Dr. Hartnett, when she's doing her whole thing with the taillight. She's doing her analysis on that. I feel like that's way more troubling. Don't you? So you're saying that was Buchanan said that was the only place that they could bring it to, because, and I think Tully said to the other places, one building's too old, and I'm like, why does that matter? Why does it matter how old the building is? And then the other one, oh, the other one's too small. This is the only one that's heated. I don't know. If anybody knows the other two police departments and like the conditions of their I guess their own version of the Sally Port, I would love to know. Like, are they heated? Are they not heated? Can they fit an SUV? Because that was the one place couldn't like hold an SUV. It's too big. So I know some of these are small. They're small departments, so I can understand size being an issue, but the heat and all that, and I get it because you want the snow to melt. I get it, but like that was your only option. It just makes it, again, he's talking about the little things. Well, that's a little thing that kind of adds up. With everything else. It's a little too convenient for me.
Storm, you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Sarah. You have testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away, in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
There's no evidence
Brian
of
Albert
anything.
and Brian Higgins spent
Period.
January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn? Really?
I keep now getting a vibe that Lally wants to just be friends with these guys. Like he's the nerdy kid who wanted to sit at the popular kids table. That's the vibe I'm getting now from him. It's like I want to be in, like, these guys are cool. I want to be reelected. I want to get in with them. They could do so much for like that, and it's just pure speculation. But again, like, that is the vibe that I get. Is I'm still the kid who was bullied in high school, and these are the cool kids.
That's a conspiracy? What evidence do you have of that? You have statements that the
What
defendant made
evidence
to
do
Sergeant
you have
Buchanan
of
on January
anything?
29th.
What, if anything?
She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail. Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments and incessant phone calls and everything else that you saw from the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 28th. She indicated that she got to CF McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas, the men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked in Washington Street across from CF McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. O'Keefe's, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger seat. She said they were left the Waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a 3-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night." June 2022, you have that other recording of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Mechanic, are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked.
Yeah.
What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house.
The
You have testimony
injuries.
from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Guarini.
Be right
You
back.
know how
I'm gonna
Mr.
check
O'Keefe was
the
dressed, and you know
ACL.
the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in the testimony, and the defendant knew, based on our questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the waterfall. The weather was a weapon. You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan Nagel. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon. Ms. Maxon indicated she saw a male passenger, female operator as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse, a three-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right on Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxon are taking a left on Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashed his lights. During that time, Ms. Maxon can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Well, interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? The dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. The Nagels, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon drive away from that. Here's the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe's turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning.
It could have also been the bush.
The testimony, recall, and you have text messages in regard to Colin Albert when he gets picked up from home.
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Colin Albert, Miss Allison McCabe, Brian Albert, Cole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., all indicating that we pick up around that time at 12:10 a.m. You have the testimony from Chris and Julie Albert, his parents, as far as when he comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in earlier in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza, what you're doing later on, contained within those text messages. You have the testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level, 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Flamati to Dr. Rice. We heard testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration with Dr. Holler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard it, Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. And you have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard to the forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck him, and he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were,
He just
biomechanical
saying
people were talking
that-
about yesterday. 12 inches.
Did he just say that Trooper Paul did not testify that John O'Keefe spun and that John O'Keefe would sideswipe? Because that's exactly what he said. That's what he testified to the other day. Yeah, he didn't say pirouette, but he said he spun. He said it was projected. And when he was asked by Jackson on cross how he could have sustained those injuries on his arm, he's like, "Oh, that was from the taillight, because his arm could have hit the taillight." That's what he literally said.
Inches and then 6 inches for the doctor wet, and then any point, the clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, any point in time ever said Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck him, and he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors.
But did he say sideswipe?
The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, any point in time ever said Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck him, and he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches.
Oh, I thought you
of
said sideswipe.
abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday. 12 inches and then 6 inches to
Biomechanical
the tailbone.
people.
Is easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit, are consistent with the dimples on the taillight cover piece.
Are you
right around
trying
this area of the
to
elbow.
pull that you're a medical? Are
You
you
have-
kidding me, Lally? He just totally like tried to discredit these people who have freaking PhDs, who could probably run that. Like, oh my goodness, Lally. Like, there's a way to discredit people, and I get it because like Alan Jackson threw shade at Trooper Paul, but like these are biomechanical people that were hired by the feds. And you know they were hired by the feds. You know that the jury does not know that. But because your expert wasn't competent enough to do his job, that all of your witnesses, all of your investigators were not competent enough for the Federal Bureau of Investigation to trust. So they had to hire an independent agency, an independent company to do your job for them. And you know this. And you know that the jury doesn't know this. Don't disqualify them. My God, that makes you look even dumber.
Testimony in regard to forensics, as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that taillight house, on the house. His DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Brock. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA, is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Sporty Bello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his
That's
clothing.
not what she said. That's not what
You
she
have,
said. She
testimony
said
from
it's
Ms. Hartman, Trooper
possible
Paul,
those
with
injuries
regard
could have
to,
come from
damage that
that.
they observed, the dent, scratches, 7/8 of an inch hair. You have testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. You have the testimony from Ms. Valier and Ms. Hanley in regard to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes, sir. All consistent with pieces
so
of taillights
good.
that are found within.
Wrap it up. You're putting me to sleep here. That was also way more than 5 minutes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could.
He doesn't know where to go from here. This is
6:05.
where he gets a little
This is
off
what this vehicle
his
looks like
game.
backing up at that speed for approximately that distance. There's another, years and years ago, started practicing in Norfolk County, Braintree, what is now Quincy, and eventually became a far smarter man than myself, eventually became President of the United States. His name was John F. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and the evidence. What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated, increasing his death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you. You've gone over. Okay.
I really have one sentence on you.
One sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit ineluctably demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find it so. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Jurors, I have my instructions on the law I'm going to give you. My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break? We can take a short break. Okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
So, I mean, how hilarious was that? That was just so funny to me. Like, Mr. Lally, I'm gonna have to stop you. Like, please stop talking. And he's like, but Auntie Beth, like, I have just one more sentence. Just one more sentence. Like, ugh, not cute. So that's closing. Now she goes into jury instructions. So again, just what they can consider, what each charge means, what everything Karen Reed has been indicted with, what to consider, what those definitions actually mean. They also need to prove it. What is the exact? They have like Sorry, I just need to look this up really quick. And moral certainty. That's the word that I was looking for. Yeah. So not only have an abiding criminal trials proof beyond a reasonable doubt is defined as a juror having an abiding conviction to a moral certainty. So moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence presented. The evidence must convince the jurors understanding reason and judgment. So not just beyond a reasonable doubt, but beyond a reasonable doubt, moral certainty. So yeah, that's it for closing. Like I said, we have a little bit of time, so we'll get into some other opinions, other trial coverage. But what did you guys think of Lally's closing compared to his opening? I might even do like a side by side of like the opening because I didn't cover that. I kind of hopped into this case a little bit later in terms of covering it, but I've been following it since pretty much like the Jen McCabe testimony and then backtracking from previous testimony there. But let me know if you guys want me to dig deeper into this. Obviously, even after the verdict does come in, I have a feeling that this case is not going to end. We also have the federal investigation that is still currently going on. So that'll be interesting. We'll probably have some updates there. And also, too, depending on how the verdict turns out, maybe even Karen Reed has a civil suit. I have no doubt in my mind that if she does get a not guilty verdict across the board, there will be some kind of civil suit. So we'll definitely have coverage about those here on this channel. And then, of course, whatever is going on with Turtle Boy, the Jill Daniels assault and Jim Ferris assault, we'll be covering that as well. But I want to get into just some other commentary of some other channels that I follow, just to get different opinions. Even though sometimes it does get me angry when I get very passionate about what I believe in, what I think, but I also think it's good to have respectful discussions. And we're all learning. I think it gets more frustrating when it's coming from people who are alleged experts. Well, not alleged, but who are. They're practicing attorneys. They have that knowledge, that and expertise that I don't have, but they're generalizing their opinion based on bits and pieces of what they've seen here. And for somebody who's actively watching the trial by minute by minute, it can get frustrating when you know the whole story and other people don't. But I think it's still good because you learn about the law, and that's what we're here to do on this channel. I'm going to take a quick break, but I will be right back, and we'll dive into this because, again, Dave Arenberg, who is he's the state prosecutor in Palm Beach County in Florida. He goes on STS a lot, Surviving the Survivor. I mean, from the coverage I've seen, at least regarding the Adelson trial, he was pretty spot on with a lot of his opinions. Pretty in line with what I thought. So I don't have anything against him, but I definitely don't agree in this case. Tim Jansen, who's also he's a defense attorney, he also goes on that panel a lot. He's usually pretty spot on. Even when you don't fully agree with something, like he's usually pretty spot on, really well spoken. So I want to get some of their commentary in here too. And then we'll wrap up today's video. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Who you think won closing? Did the defense win? Did the prosecution, the Commonwealth win? Where do you think the verdict's going to go? Do you think it's going to be guilty on all three? Do you think it's going to be guilty on two, on one, not guilty on all three, vice versa? Like, let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Like I said, I'm always down for respectful conversations, but yeah, I'll be right back in one. All right, y'all, back and better than ever. So yeah, let's get into some of this STS stuff. This was from earlier today. You could definitely see where Joel's audience. So this is Joel. He's the host of Surviving the Survivor. Really, really nice guy. We were talking a little bit about this case a few weeks ago. He still seems pretty much in the camp of, I think she accidentally hit him. And that's pretty much the gist that I'm getting from most of this panel too, even from Anjanette, I can't say her name, gosh, for the life of me, Anjanette Levy as well too. Everybody seems to be in the camp of, except for Tim Jansen, he's the outlier. He's more not necessarily team Karen Reed, but more of team Reasonable Doubt. And everybody else seems to generally be, she accidentally hit him and was drunk driving, etc. So we're going to get into a little bit of this and then we'll wrap the show up.
It's bad for my mental health. But Miss Esquire on Twitter says, Tim Jansen, I can confirm Alan Jackson and I have totally different closing strategies. I would have focused on the reasonable doubt, not the cover-up that was not proven, in my opinion. By the way, Genome Woman says, finally, we will be getting a prosecutor's perspective. You just heard the great Dave Arenberg say that he believes that she is guilty of accidentally hitting him, something that I have been feeling and thinking for many weeks. Now you're hearing someone much smarter than me saying this. I can assure you we're going to get a flood of comments. But Tim Jansen, I thought this comment was particularly interesting because one of the things with Alan, and we welcome Anjanette Levy. Hello,
Anjanette Levy.
Anjanette.
Hey there.
Hi, thank you for, we're just jumping right in. We'll get you in the mix in a moment. But Tim Jansen, in a way, and I'm going to get yelled at again, I'm prefacing this all. This closing by Alan Jackson almost reminded me a bit of Charlie Adelson, for those who are familiar, of his testimony, in that it was perfectly drawn together. Now, that's what a defense attorney, I guess, is supposed to do. But the conspiracy that he weaved together in this closing at times, to me, was almost too much. And this is what this lawyer is saying on Twitter, that she would have focused more if she was Alan Jackson on the reasonable doubt, not the cover-up. For the first 4 words of opening statements where Karen Reed was framed. So did they have any other option, Tim Jansen?
Well, I agree with that caller, listener, or subscriber.
It's a
It's a tweeter. It's a lot harder to prove a conspiracy of all these officers, because then you have to prove all of them conspired. You're a defense lawyer. You don't have to prove anything. All you have to prove is that they didn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she committed the offense.
They did.
He should have said there's more than reasonable doubt. He should have stuck to the instructions where there is insufficient or conflict in the evidence. That's reasonable doubt. Then you go to the science, go to the Apple, you go to the injuries, you go to your experts and say, ladies and gentlemen, they may think she did it, but there's plenty of reasonable doubt in this case that she may not have. And that explanation is not because they framed, because the physical evidence and the science doesn't support the testimony of eyewitness testimony. And eyewitness testimony is always questionable. Who had a motive in the case and who had the opportunity to see what they heard. You got butt dials, you got things being deleted, you got Google searches that are disappearing. We don't know when they occurred, but it just leaves it unpredictable as to what really happened. And that's reasonable doubt. And I would have stuck with that. I wouldn't have been going conspiracy. That's harder to sell. And you don't want to have the burden. You don't want to give yourself a burden that you can't climb, because you're going to have some jurors that might believe there's reasonable doubt, but will never believe it was a conspiracy.
And Jeanette,
And that is a really good point too, because I, up until pretty much, and again, I was kind of diving in a little bit later on, and I had to piecemeal a lot of, especially the family tree, because there's just so many players in the story, like the Adelson, which is like, again, that's why I wanted to bring up this clip, because there are a lot of parallels between the two, and how the trials turned out. And in that case, like, more pro prosecution on my end. Whereas here, I bought into the cover up theory because of all the other information that necessarily wasn't able to make it into court. But I can definitely see Tim Jansen's point is, these are supposed to be unbiased jurors, people who aren't, the case isn't being tried in Canton. It's being tried in Dedham, which is outside of Canton. I don't know how many miles away Dedham is, but not in Dedham, but within that area. So these are people who don't necessarily have a direct tie to Canton, as far as we know, and they might not buy fully into the cover up. They don't know these people. They didn't grow up with them. They don't know, they might, or maybe their local government, maybe their police department is kind of similar. Maybe they are dealing with similar issues. You just don't know. And I could kind of see what Tim Jansen's getting at is, they went all the way. They went all the way with their theory. What really sealed the deal for me was Proctor's testimony, for the alleged cover up, and all just the loose acquaintances, the loose relationships that he had with all these different people. The way he talked about Karen Reed, just like totally discredited anything he was saying. Same thing with Jen McCabe's testimony as well too. A lot of her testimony for me just instantly got discredited pretty quickly. But still, even if you don't believe that this was a cover up, you could still believe that that doesn't mean she did this beyond a reasonable doubt. And there is tons of room, tons and tons and tons of room for doubt. So I get where he's coming from with that.
I mean, go ahead, Dave.
Oh, you've got the defense lawyer and the prosecutor in total agreement here. I think that's right. What the defense did was burden shift. They shifted the burden onto themselves. Yep. And the jury may say, yeah, I would have found reasonable doubt, but I don't believe this cockamamie conspiracy theory. So let's compromise and find her guilty on something.
Yeah, that's a good point. Dave, while you're got that thought going, and I predicted it, this is for you, Dave, and then we're going to get to Anjanette, I promise. From Vanessa, explain the PhD's testimony, Dave, that she could not have hit him, followed by, oh, so now you're an anti-Karen Reed channel, so Dave, you are more informed. You, because you went to Harvard undergrad in law, are more informed than the ARCA guys that the FBI's sent in. How do you respond, Dave Ehrenberg?
You're talking about the defense witnesses when the defense provided
the reconstruction, yeah.
Yeah,
the FBI
witnesses the defense seemed to provide their witnesses with just half the story, and when they were on the stand, they were like, "No, I actually didn't know about."
Which is why, like, you can tell he hasn't he hasn't followed this trial very closely. Like, if you had watched through voir dire, and I'm not here to drag him, I did like a lot of his takes during the Adelson coverage. So, and I'm not knocking. I'm sure he's, really nice guy. I've never met him, but Joel's a very nice guy. So, not here to drag anybody like that. But I respectfully disagree, because as we know, and even if you just saw voir dire, yeah, these guys were a third party. They're completely unbiased. They were hired by the FBI. The FBI was provided by a report that they gave them. They don't know, and that's the same that the Commonwealth got. That is as much as the Commonwealth got. They didn't get anything different. They didn't get anything more, anything less. They weren't allowed to prep these witnesses. Bev didn't allow it. So they only did know half the story because they weren't hired by the defense. They weren't prepped like Dr. Sheridan. They weren't prepped like Dr. Russell, who was hired by the defense, provided with certain information and details. And if anything, it made them more credible for me, because it's like they're even more like, what did they have to gain? They have absolutely nothing to gain. So sorry, Dave. Definitely respectfully disagree. And it's not because, I think it's just because he just wasn't aware. Somebody brings it up later in the comments too. He's like, oh, but the only issue I have with him and some of his opinions is that, like, even when, and this is a lot of people who lean on the other side of things, is once they get presented with certain information, they just don't want to hear, like, they don't hear anything else. So I'm going to play a little bit more of this, but this actually reminds me of another clip I'm going to pull up from closing arguments with Vinnie Politan, and he brings up this clown Kevin something, who just, that's someone I don't mind dragging, because he doesn't even answer questions directly. I don't even know who this guy is. Again, I'm coming out and I'm saying I am not an expert in anything. I'm just somebody with an opinion. So my word's not gospel. I'm allowed to have an opinion. He's allowed to have his opinion, except I actually pay attention to the details and the evidence that's presented or not presented. And I ask questions. And a lot of times I'm not the only one who has those questions. But then when you get called out, if I get called out and somebody's like, no, Keeleen, that's not right, go back to and watch this testimony again. Oh, okay. I'll admit if I'm wrong. Call me out. Tell me I'm wrong. Respectfully, tell me I'm wrong. I'll correct it. I have no problem with that. But that's the problem with some of these people, is that they don't want to own when they're wrong, or they don't know something.
Like the dog bite. Oh, well, no, I wasn't provided that information. They
Why
seem
would
to
they have
be
been
prepared for
provided with
trial
that
by getting
information,
only
though?
half the story. So again, do I think that there's some reasonable doubt here based on the holes in the theory? Yeah, I mean, I think that does exist, but by taking on and biting off more than they can chew about this conspiracy, I think that's where they hurt themselves. There's no way that you have multiple law enforcement agencies and everyone inside the house all agreeing to stay silent about this so-called murder in the house, and then they dump the body on the lawn.
But again, it's like, Dave, this is where, like, I feel like you're a little bit of a walking contradiction, because on the other hand, when we were talking about the Adelsons, it's like, well, I mean, like, is that a conspiracy to think that all of these people plotted this murder? Well, so far, Georgia Kappelman has convicted not one, not two, but not even three, four people. Four people. I forget who the first guy is, but Luis Rivera. I forget what the second guy's name was. Katie McBanawa and Charlie Adelson. Four people. Four people plus little old Donna Sue. Hotshot, beautiful attorney Wendy. And her dad, Harvey. They're all in on it. You think that's possible? How could this not be possible? And that makes me feel like, okay, like, then that whole idea of, like, that state trooper mentality, well, is it like a prosecutor? But Tim Jansen, I think, was also a former prosecutor as well too. So, and he's very like, no, this doesn't make sense. so we're gonna skip ahead a little bit. There was some good, like, back and forth between him and him and Dave at one point.
Evidence he went upstairs into the house, no evidence, and he
Oh,
was
here we
possibly
go.
why I don't.
Oh no, spinning wheel of doom. It went too fast, guys.
She hit him. She hit him with the car. He died in the snow that night. And then she came back. She knew she did it. She made the admissions. He never went in the house. The alternative explanation doesn't hold water. And is she guilty of murder? No. But, I just think that you don't have to prove cases beyond all doubts. It's just any reasonable doubt. There's no reasonable doubt in my mind that she's the reason why John O'Keefe is dead.
So the tail light caused those marks on his body. That's what you're saying. The tail light caused those marks and gouges in her body.
What he's saying,
in his body. That's what you're saying.
His DNA was found on the taillight, and
that's not my question. My question was, you're saying then that those taillights are what caused the markings in his arm.
I do not know exactly what.
Exactly. We still don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what else caused it. If the abrasions that he
How can we prove that
then
beyond a reasonable doubt?
There's no other explanation.
Well, the Commonwealth believes it's from the tail light. That's what
I
they
agree. But I don't have to believe, as a juror, I don't have to believe that the marks on the body came from the tail light. I think it's probably, I don't know. I just know that there's no other explanation to why he died. What's the other explanation? The defense has taken on the burden to say it's because he went into the house, even though there's no evidence he went upstairs into the house.
There is
no evidence.
Apple Health
and
data.
He was killed by the people inside the house. Everyone kept silent across multiple law enforcement agencies. And then what do they do with the body? Well, instead of just saying it was self-defense because everyone is armed, they threw it on their front lawn and they proceeded to frame Karen Reed using hairs and DNA and the taillights, even though she then admitted it. Even though she came back to the scene in the car, found him, even though she admitted to her friend, Carrie Roberts, that John is dead. This, to me, that's the only explanation that makes sense. And don't just listen to me. Listen to Karen Reed's own lawyers. Her own lawyers stood up at the initial pretrial hearings and said she did it. It was an accident. So you don't have to believe me. Blame her or believe her own lawyers.
David Yannetti said, I love a fired up Dave Ehrenberg. Oh, you're getting him there right now. That's what this case does to everybody. Proctor
I want a case down in Palm Beach. I want to come down to Palm Beach and try a case.
I would watch that though, because I think Tim Jansen would destroy Dave Ehrenberg. And again, I don't have anything against him. I just think, and I'm curious to hear their takes on this, on Lally's closing. Oh, with the arm. Yep.
Knew what happened. And the defendant said, I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
Not 4 times. You said 3.
Firefighter Anthony Famati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was.
Let's skip forward.
That on the other hand, he made some mistakes, like not recognizing that video in the garage was inverted. And I think that was a product of just doing too much. So I wish he had someone else tried the case with. I think it would have been a better presentation.
Maureen.
But kudos to him for taking on this huge load
especially
himself.
with that
I would
timeline.
not have reviewed his closing if I was his boss. I would have just trusted him and deferred to him.
Lorraine here says this: the Commonwealth has the obligation as truth seekers to prove it 100%. They failed. Lally lied several times in his closing argument. I think you could say the same about the defense. If you're gonna start picking on that, because they are weaving stories, and evident closing arguments are not evidence. Ian Kelly here says it's simple. The ARCA were there to reconstruct the accident. Full stop. Tim Jansen, why no blood, tissue, DNA on the taillights, but we did find microscopic pieces of taillight in John O'Keefe's sweatshirt? How do you square that as a criminal defense attorney?
Well, the car didn't hit the person. That's why there's no blood on the taillight.
Thank you, Tim Jansen.
The whole confession thing, right? My cousin Vinny, I shot the sheriff, and they came out and said, oh, he confessed. He said he shot the sheriff. Lo and behold, 2 other guys shot the sheriff. She was drunk. She probably had a blackout. She was coming back, and as people are telling her what's happening, she's trying to refresh her memory, and she's saying things that she's not sure even true. So she may be admitting to things that she doesn't even know is true, or was put in her mind she might have hit him. So I don't take a lot of evidence in I hit him. The evidence doesn't show. So she backed up 30 miles an hour, say an extra 5 miles an hour, hit him, but didn't hit the car right next to him. Didn't at all hit the car. You're going to back up that fast in snow, hit the body, and not hit any.
And keep rolling.
And if she's drunk, I don't buy it. I just don't buy it.
Jimmy McNutty is a friend of mine through this show. He is a retired aerospace engineer, and he is very, he's of the belief that Karen Reed is guilty. So let's put that out there. He says the body and injuries are being given too much argument. The medical,
which makes, of course they would, because that's how you discover evidence, Jimmy McNutty. That's how you discover. Of course they're going to examine the injuries on the body. Why would we care more about what Jen McCabe said? Or what Brian Albert didn't say or didn't do, and all the, but for me, that's fine. I mean, that's just adding to the suspicious behavior. Whereas I want to see the injuries. I want to hear what the ME has to say. And the ME agreed with the defense witnesses. The ME for the Commonwealth. Like, why are we here? Why are we here? Why are we here? So, we'll get to Jackson's.
Down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's your job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want. But it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government.
It's so epic.
And will be tied any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor.
Tim, he wasn't holding back. He was naming names. He named pretty much everyone who's sitting in that gallery with the O'Keefe family today as being part of this frame job, this conspiracy. Tim Jansen, strictly from a performative aspect, I've seen you go into criminal defense mode, and you're as good as they get. Alan Jackson is, as Joe Rogan would say, top of the food chain. What do you think of his presentation today?
No problem going after Proctor. Everybody hates Proctor. Easy. That's easy. Difficult when you're going against other witnesses who the state has called and calling them out. He probably should have stuck to the reasonable doubt, or should have stuck to the fact that their statements don't hold up to the scientific evidence, the telephone evidence. That would have been smarter, because sometimes you might alienate somebody by calling someone a crook or a liar. Just say that there's a conflict in the evidence. He said this. The evidence says that. What do we have? Have a conflict. What is that? Oh, that's right. It's a reasonable doubt. You'll see it on page 7 of the jury instructions. And do that and just refer them so that when the jury sees that, yeah, there was a conflict, and then they see conflict of the evidence in the jury instructions, they say, oh, he's right. If there's a conflict in the evidence, that's reasonable doubt. And if you say it enough, then the jury will put it in their mind and they may lean your way. But he got a great presentation.
Yeah.
He had a very nicely tied tie.
Yeah, he sure did. And I'm getting right back to Anjanette. But this question here, Tim, from Lee Dundee. If Karen is found not guilty, and we should know in the next couple of days, how can John's family ever get justice?
I hope the federal investigation puts heat on somebody, and maybe somebody will come forward out of fear, whatever, and
so that's interesting, because here I was thinking that Tim Jansen wasn't really leaning towards a cover, but he can smell something's fishy here. So and this is something that Turtle Boy called out too, is like a lot of these attorneys don't want to necessarily go on the record, like on these different podcasts and shows, and say, yeah, I think it was a cover up. Like, a lot of them don't. But you can definitely see they lean one way. And I definitely feel like now, especially with this, he's like, oh, I hope the feds get him. Like, you buy into it. You buy into it. And I understand from his perspective of, as an attorney, trying to prove a conspiracy theory is risky. And it's probably a strategy he would not use, which is kind of similar to, again, flipping it the other way, Dan Rashbaum's theory about this just being coincidences, puzzle pieces. So, and Tim Jansen was closely following that too. That's how I got into STS's from their coverage on it. Great coverage. Highly recommend you guys check out their stuff on the Adelsons. But yeah, heck yeah. Heck yeah, Tim. I hope the feds get him too.
Try to tell us what really happened or how it really happened.
Yep.
Because I think the state is missing what happened. Defense is missing what happened, which means the jury is missing what really happened. And we deserve it to that person of Mr. O'Keefe, what happened. And when I hear people say it could have been this, it might have been that, that just screams to me reasonable doubt, could have or might have.
Yep.
The state prosecuting for murder one should know what happened, has the evidence to prove what happened,
Yep.
and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yep.
That's why, they're given a lot of power to make these charges.
Yes, they are. Lorraine H here with a super chat to Anjanette. I'm going to read two back to back for you, Anjanette. So you believe Jen McCabe and Karen Reed, when they say Karen Reed said I hit him 3 times, but not when they say the taillight was only cracked. People keep picking and choosing what to believe in this case.
Yeah.
It is sad. I agree with that. I do think people are cherry picking what they want to believe and what plays to their case. I think that's a strong point. For Maria, I guess to all of us, but me, I'm very disappointed that you think Karen did it. Cover up, Anjanette, does not mean conspiracy. It doesn't take all of them to be in on it, just a few to be the leads. What do you think of this cover up versus conspiracy?
And let me be clear about this too, is I kind of do agree with the commenter, Maria, is I don't think, and I think there needs to be, that needs to be clearly defined. I liked how Alan Jackson went through, like, how do you get away with a cover up, essentially? How do you get away with murder? And then he walked through all the evidence. But I think there needs to be a clear difference between conspiracy and cover up. Because, yeah, I think a cover up could be just a few. I don't think every single person was involved. I don't think the guy from O'Hara from the CERT team was involved. I also think he probably didn't ask questions because he probably is like, yeah, I'm just doing my job. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't think every single person, I don't think the firefighter, I don't. Maybe Katie McLaughlin. Maybe Allie McCabe. But not like Trooper Paul. I think Trooper Paul is just not competent. He's not trained enough. He can't hold a candle to the ARCA guys. He just can't. They build cannons. I like how Lally tried to downplay that, like that thing that they built. And I'm like, it was cool. It was a cannon. You know it was a cannon. It was cool, and you know it's cool. So stop. But yeah, I agree, Maria.
Nuance.
Oh, I would agree that it only probably takes a couple of people to cover something up. And then a conspiracy would probably be more wide ranging. Yeah, I could agree. I would agree with that. I mean, the only thing I've said is that I could see the jury seeing the evidence. I could see them finding her guilty based on some of the evidence presented. Like I can see the picture. I can see it both ways. I can see them acquitting her. I can see them finding her guilty. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just think if you're bringing Jen McCabe and all of these people into this conspiracy when she went to go get.
Well, I mean, Anjanette, not for nothing, girlfriend, but Jen McCabe inserted herself by Googling house long to die in cold. Like, she would have been as relevant as Jill Daniels. Like, well, a little bit more relevant because she was in the house and she texted John O'Keefe. But like, she wouldn't have been like a major player in all this if she didn't delete a bunch of calls, if she didn't delete texts, if she didn't do butt dials, if she didn't Google house long. That's her big thing. She Googled that. She Googled house long to die in cold. Like, you don't like that. That's why she's part of this conspiracy. Anybody who is in that household. And these aren't just like, friends, like in random, like it's family members. The McCabe's and the Alberts are related. They're in-laws. They're not just friends. They're in-laws. Most of the people there are somewhat related, or they've been friends for a long time. John O'Keefe's only connection to them is that he's also a Boston cop. That's it. Karen Reed has nothing to do with these people. She's the outlier. So, and for me, like, why would Karen Reed tell Buchanan, like, like Brian Albert and Colin out? Why would she say that? Why would she say that? And it's more than that, and that's why people buy into. I don't want to say conspiracy because it's not. I mean, they conspired, yes, but I feel like when you say conspiracy, people think, "Oh, you're crazy. You're a whack job." But I do think there are plenty of people that were involved that knowingly knew what they were doing. And I don't think it's all because of malicious intent against John O'Keefe. I think a lot of them just they're dirty, corrupt people. They have stuff that they're trying to hide. And if people start digging too much and they get too close to the sun, they're going to get burned. I think it was way more than just John O'Keefe and his murder. I think it goes way beyond. I think anybody who became remotely sucked in was like, crap, I got this on me. I got that on me. What if they find this? What if they find that? They also searched through Jen McCabe's phone. Searched through her phone. So yeah, she's gonna be part of it. She's gonna be a key player. She's gonna be the star witness, like she is. She is. And Lally spent half the forensic stuff and the cell phone stuff around Jen McCabe, defending her.
At them. She's the one that went to Jen McCabe's house. She's the one that called Carrie Roberts. Like, she's the one that corralled all these people at, after 5 a.m. looking for John. I mean, that raises a lot of question about this, raises questions about this. So I would agree with that a couple of people can cover something up, but I think it may take more. Conspiracy sounds like a lot more involved to me. Like, if you're going to charge a conspiracy, yeah, it can be one or two people. But I think that a conspiracy, the way this has been painted by the defense, includes a lot more people, because we had Jennifer McCabe as like one of the central villains, for much of the trial and much of the last year or so, Googling something at 2:27 a.m. And then the guy from Celebrate comes in and says, no, that didn't happen.
And then Rick Reed comes in and says,
Browker,
you did not design Celebrate. As Lally, I can't believe Lally said Ian Whiffen designed Celebrate. He literally said that. I cannot believe he said that. I cannot believe he said that.
If I'm saying it correctly. Tim, this is a good point here. Lally said she hit O'Keefe at 12:45, according to his opening. He said around there, just to be clear, but now he had to change that.
Oh, come on, Joel. Come on. He said around. Around. Well, why don't you know the precise? You should be able to know. You should be able to know. The only thing that's for certain is the 12:36. And then he changed his timeline to, I think he said 12:30, which is impossible because Karen Reed was that is like concrete data of where she was. She was the only person out of all of those people that weren't wasn't there. She's the only person. Everybody else was still there. Or Jen McCabe was at her sister's house or something like that. But Karen Reed was across town 6 minutes away.
12:30, because Karen Reed was at John O'Keefe's by 12:36. Jen McCabe said she saw her outside at 12:29 to 12:50. Impossible. This is a very good point.
It is.
Timeline, Tim Jansen, doesn't really hold up over time to the extent that the Commonwealth and Adam Lally had to literally revise the timeline midstream. How problematic. Look at it. Boston Sarah, who's very pro Karen Reed. Great panel, great discussion, no matter which side you're on. Thank you, Boston Sarah, for being sweet. Appreciate that. But Tim Jansen, what about this issue with the timeline?
Well, it is important with the timeline. And it's just like eyewitness testimony. It's very flawed. If he said he had a witness that saw her there and he was hit at 12:30 and she wasn't there at 12:30, that means she didn't hit him at 12:30.
Couldn't have been.
Or she didn't hit him at all, or the witness is embellishing. And he charged this case and went to trial. He thought he had the timeline narrowed down based on these witnesses' testimony. How did he not know that phone put her at his house?
He did know
on that at the time frame. He should have known that, and someone should have told him that. So when you go on the opening and say this is the time frame, and then you're proven wrong, then the jury discredits you. They're not going to trust you if what you tell them is wrong, and your evidence shows you were wrong about the timeline.
Yep.
Sylvia here says the evidence was.
So, I mean, there you have it. Jim Jansen. I'm so tired, guys. I can't even speak. Tim Jansen bringing it home. So he's not going to say it's a cover up, but I don't know. Let me know what you guys think if you follow STS. Joel, like I said, Joel is a great guy. From the few minutes I spoke to him about this trial, at the time I wasn't full on cover up. Now I can't help but believe, again, it's the little things, right? The little things all adding up. They can't all be coincidences. And when you dig deeper into these people in this town, and it goes way beyond Karen Reed. It goes way beyond John O'Keefe. Like these people think that they control the town. And they've been doing it for years. So I'm going to bring up this quick last clip. This is from Closing Arguments. I just have to find it. Oh, that's very loud. Just got to turn down the volume. So yeah, Vinny Politan, he has like this guy like Kevin something, yellow cottage. I don't know. He's some client, like he doesn't answer questions directly. He's anti Karen Reed, thinks it's offensive that people would even suggest that this could be a potential cover up. And we're just going to go through what he has to say, which is funny because it's like Vinny Politan has his own channel too. He puts out content and he kind of feels like the same way. Like, yeah, it sounds fishy. Especially, and he came out with a great video too, breaking down Proctor's testimony, which I highly recommend checking out as well too. He's from Court TV. This is from his segment Closing Arguments. But this is the guy. This is Yellow Cottage Tales. I don't know who he is, what his expertise is, but I don't know if we're watching the same. Sometimes I feel like, am I watching the same trial? Like, are we living the same? It's just so wild to me how people just don't see things.
And it's locked into the
prosecution, the Commonwealth's expert.
No, there's no bigger bully to have on your side than the feds, right? And these are independent experts.
You see, there's no bigger bully to have. I'm gonna full screen this in a sec. There's no bigger bully to have on your side than the feds. They didn't choose to have the feds on their side. The feds inserted themselves because they were like, yeah, this doesn't look right. And if you have a federal investigation going on this investigation, why are you bringing this case to trial, dude? Like, I just don't understand some people's mentalities. And you see this guy who looks like He's another attorney. He's more. I don't want to say he's pro Karen Reed, but he's like pro reasonable doubt, and he looks like Paul McCartney. But
who really did do this to John O'Keefe will be held responsible. But I do have faith that we're going to see indictments soon.
He's very pro Karen Reed.
Kevin Lenahan, your thoughts about what the defense experts had to say compared to the prosecution, the Commonwealth's expert?
Boy, there's no bigger bully to have on your side than the feds, right? And these are independent experts that work for the feds. Their company works for the feds. They wanted to please their boss. That's just the reality of it.
They wanted to please their boss. Like, what does that mean? They were hired. They didn't choose to be hired. They didn't seek out the feds. They're not like running ads and like targeting. I'm in marketing, but like they're not like, hey, yeah, like let's work with the feds. That's what their company does. They work with the Federal Reserve. They work with the NHL. Like Trooper Paul doesn't work for the NHL or work with. They don't work for. They work with. They're their clients. Trying to please the feds, they have nothing to gain. They're getting a paycheck.
That said, the state didn't do a very good job, I think, coming up with a theory that explains the accident or explaining the theory. But, you know, accidents like these, pedestrian accidents, they're all different. Everyone is a mystery. And the data is bulletproof that shows that Karen's car hit John O'Keefe, and it's locked into the vehicle data combination with the phone data. But I personally think that maybe the arm was
He said the vehicle, I have to replay that. He said the vehicle data and the cell phone data. There is no vehicle data, my dude. They couldn't pull anything. Garino said that. They couldn't pull anything. Nothing. It was all corrupt. Remember, he was going back with like the salespeople salespeople have no idea how the technology works. They're the worst people to ask. They're there to sell the software. They know the features. They know the benefits. They don't know how the technology works. They're not the people to speak to. IT are the people to speak to. I kind of this guy. And then he talks about like how he could have gotten those injuries. And you see too, because Adam Lally used that in his closing. He used that.
That shows that Karen's car hit John O'Keefe, and it's locked into the vehicle data combination with the phone data.
Vehicle data, there's no vehicle data, my dude. There's no, even the Commonwealth's witness said that. Even Garino said that. They couldn't pull anything.
I personally think that maybe the arm was somewhat in a position like this and got pushed into the
That's exactly what Lally said. That's exactly what Lally said in closing. He said, no one said his arm was like this. He said, if anything, it could have been like this. Lally is watching just like Jackson is watching too. They're all the attorneys are watching. They're seeing what people like me are posting. Not me, because I'm a small channel, but guys like this, Yellow Cottage Tales.
Body.
Let me ask you this, Kevin, though. You mentioned something like they want to please the feds. What does that mean?
Oh my God, I started. Vinny Paul's like, what are you saying, my dude? This is why he invited him on here. It's the same reason why Pierce Morgan was inviting I forget what her name was. Or if you guys watch Pierce Morgan when he was doing that coverage, that panel on baby reindeer, because I watch a lot of Popcorn Planet, and they brought on Andy Signor from Popcorn Planet. And he had like this really wretched like woman who just kept interrupting, very rude, wasn't like participating in the actual conversation happening, trailing off, not really responding with sensible answers, very much like giving me vibes like this Kevin dude. But yeah, Vinny Baldwin's like, what on earth? And look at his reaction too. He's like, what? And Paul McCartney over here is like, huh?
Like, why do the feds have a dog in all of this? Why do the feds want this to not be Karen Reed striking John O'Keefe?
Why would they?
That's the $1 million question, right? All we know is that Karen and her team, and August of 2022, long before any weird data from Rich Green, walked into the then first U.S. Attorney's Office, Josh Levy, and convinced him that there was a massive conspiracy going on. And ever since then, he's been coordinating with them and been on their side. And that's the most important aspect of this case that everybody has to get to the bottom of, because that is corruption.
Peter Ellikin, have you ever seen a case where there's allegations like this, that the feds are working with criminal defense attorneys?
No, and as a matter of fact, the feds all the time hear people complaining about, oh, we think the cops are corrupt and we don't like what the prosecution did. People come in with those complaints all the time. So that's why it is so extremely rare that the feds actually not only do an complete investigation, but they also start having grand jury hearings. They don't do that just on somebody said this. And again, as you use that expression, they don't really have a dog in this fight. I don't know why the feds would suddenly want to go after police, even if they think the police didn't do anything.
Especially local police. It's not like it's a major police department like New York or LA or anything like that. It's Canton, small potatoes. Yeah, it's Boston, but like, it's not like on a huge, large scale. I mean, they had the whole Trump trial, like that's bigger. Like, yes, oh, the ex-president, like, yes, that's a lot bigger. But Canton PD, but like, really? They're not going to dig into it unless they actually think. They're not going to waste their time and resources. It's the FBI. Are you kidding me? It's the feds.
Anything wrong. Let's just go after police and go after prosecutors. That's absurd. I have not heard that accusation before about that. If anything, they're kind of the outsiders who aren't good. They don't have the power to prosecute this case, or they can just kind of look in and see if it was done fairly or not. And I can't imagine what stake they would have in just fabricating and making up something just so they can go after any police officer or prosecutor.
So, Kevin, what are your thoughts about? Go ahead, Kevin.
No, we don't know what information they had, but their coordination with Karen's team has been extremely unusual. There's a whole bunch of elements to this that I've documented. Whatever's going on we need to get to the bottom of it. It's very important. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, the question I had now is getting back to the trial and what the jury has to consider. And like, I'm hearing from you tonight, Kevin, that you didn't necessarily believe what Trooper Paul said either, right? You have
this is why Vinny brings people like this on, because it makes these guys look super duper smart, and he is smart because he's right. He's right. He actually knows what he's talking about. Even this kid, he knows what he's talking about. He's like, what are you talking about, bro?
An alternative thought. So what did you think of the trooper's testimony? And what did you think of his level of expertise in explaining this? Not just explaining, but giving a basis for his explanation. Because what I heard today from the defense experts who weren't hired by the defense, but testified for the defense is, these guys are engineers. They backed it up with some level of science. It wasn't just coming to a conclusion and using common sense.
Biomechanics.
Common sense isn't what expert testimony is about. And that's what I felt like Trooper Paul was trying to, well, it's like this and it spun him around and he could have landed like this. Okay, I could say that, right? But do you know what I mean? Like, did you take anything away from Trooper Paul's testimony? Because he's the one who they're relying on to paint this picture for the jury.
It's him and the ME didn't agree with anything this clown had to say. So, like, there you have it, man.
I didn't find his testimony convincing, but at the same time, these federal experts trying to say that his arm was up like that never made sense to me either. I think it's more tucked in or something like that. But, obviously it was up to the state to explain that better. But there's still more than enough evidence to show here that Karen did this.
And Peter, let me just follow up with you from your legal experience in the courtroom. A lot of times in the battle of the experts, you have two completely different things. We kind of have that here. Do juries generally accept one or the other? Do they come to their own conclusions like Kevin is doing right now, regardless of what the experts are saying? What's been your experience?
Sometimes some of the experts are so much, greater than the other experts, and they're so much sharper that the jury will decide to basically side with one expert over another. In this one, though, I think under the best case scenario, with experts kind of canceling each other out, if it's a battle of the experts and the jury walks away saying, gee, I heard somebody sounded impressive here, another person sounded impressive, I don't know what to make of things, I'm confused, then that is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So if there's any kind of confusion at all, they don't side with a particular expert, that goes to the defense also.
Yep.
All right, when we come back,
Yep.
we asked Kevin and Nick, our insiders, to give us their most compelling pieces of evidence.
No, this is good.
What, if any, movement did you observe following 12:25 a.m. until
I
the
think
period
this
of
is
6:15 a.m.?
Kevin's.
None until it was found at 6:15.
Important testimony for the prosecutors in this case. That's Trooper Nicholas Garino talking about the location of John O'Keefe's phone. Now, something that we did prior to the show, we reached out to Kevin Lenahan, Nick Rocco. We asked them both for what they believe is the most compelling evidence that comes to mind when they think about this long, long case, 30 days of testimony over 9 weeks. And this was something that Kevin pointed to. So let's play a little bit more of the testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino.
And from review of that native location data, what time does the phone arrive in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
12:24 a.m.
Now, the next entry as far as the location data, when is that and where is it indicating that the phone is at that point?
That shows me it's there the entire night, right in between 32, 34 Fairview. So,
And 32, 34 Fairview, that sort of intersection of those two residences, if you know, where is that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found just after 6 a.m. in the morning?
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam, but that area would be within 3 feet, give or take, of the area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
All right, Nick Rocco, tell me why you don't find this evidence compelling, because this, I mean, if the phone is there, it's there. And if the phone is on the lawn the whole time, I mean, there's only one explanation for what happened to John O'Keefe.
Well, as far as John O'Keefe's phone, you know, not moving after the 12:25 mark, we do see on his Apple Health data that there is a time between 12:31 and 12:32 where he takes 36 steps.
Yep.
He was in the house by that
Yep.
point already. That could have been when they found his phone, or potentially put his phone in airplane mode, so you don't see any more steps after that.
These are cops,
But
remember?
as far as John being on the lawn, being in front of that flagpole, the science and the physics, like we heard today, does not match up. He could not have gotten thrown that far into the lawn, being hit 24 miles per hour by his arm, or even being sideswiped. It's just physically impossible. The data and nothing proves that she hit him. I mean, it's literally that simple. I know the GPS, this and that, but as we've seen, the defense has said as well, the GPS could not be accurate. We don't know that it's a dead, I don't want to say, no, it's a dead zone over there is what Albert had said about his house, because the cell phone towers aren't that great. So who knows if that's accurate to begin with. But John O'Keefe did not get struck by Karen Reed's vehicle.
Now, I'm going to show for you what Nick gave us as his most compelling evidence in the case. We begin with a video that was shown in court. This is a screen grab from the Sally Port, the infamous Sally Port video. And it turns out, you put them side by side, apparently the video was put into evidence in a mirror image. It was turned around. So the one on the right is the correct way, but the one on the left is the way it was shown and given to this jury. Here is the testimony of Sergeant Buchanan from the Massachusetts State Police.
From this perspective, from the perspective that the jurors are looking at, from all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, and that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight from this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday, during the entirety of your questioning by Mr. Lally, not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted.
I did not know.
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
That's correct.
And if I hadn't gotten up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected.
And the reason this is so significant, because if you look at the way it was shown in court, the broken tail light would appear to be the one that's closest to the camera. So if anyone is
And this
doing
is
anything to it,
exactly
you
where
would see
Proctor was
them.
hanging.
But the broken tail light is actually on the far side. And that if you turn it around, now if there's anyone doing anything, and there were people milling behind the car, if they're doing anything to the broken tail light, you would not see it. And the bottom line is this prosecutor, along with the Massachusetts State Trooper, put this in front of the jury, inverted, mirror imaged, and did not let them know about it. So, Kevin Lenahan, why isn't that compelling evidence in this case?
Because as you see that video there with the SUV pulling in, and then a couple of minutes later, the garage door closes. At that very time, the 7-man CERT team is just beginning to shovel out the area that they're going to search at the crime scene. And the total area they search is about the size of 2 parking spaces. In addition to those 7 guys, there's also the Lieutenant Commander Tully, who was there watching them. So to me, it's not that compelling. And I just wanted to add a couple, since we like timelines here. At 1:18, that's when Karen left a message for John saying that she believed he was cheating on her. Okay, that's the last time she called for a while. At 4:38, she calls again. At 4:40, she calls her parents. At 4:42, she calls her parents. At 5, she tells Kerry Roberts that John is dead. So what information did she get in those 3 hours that changed her from thinking that John was sleeping around to John is dead? She got some information that made her change her mind.
Nick, did you want to respond to that?
Just as simple as the science and the physics do not show that John O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle. So anything after that point is irrelevant. And that is why these experts didn't have to see the vehicle. They didn't have to see the tail light, because throughout their whole testing, none of this points to being struck by a vehicle. And then it's that simple. I mean, so, these phone calls.
And he's got a good point. I'm gonna stop and wrap up the video now because it's getting really late. But he's right. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. If you want to play the hand of, well, these alleged butt dials are butt dials, and these deleted calls, they just happen to be deleted, and these Google just happen to be deleted. If you want to play that route, then in the same breath, then why does it matter so much? Why do you care so much about what Karen Reed was doing after 1 a.m. if she hit him? And the science and the evidence does not prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. When you have your own expert testify and say, Karen Reed connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network at 12:36. John O'Keefe's Apple Health data shows him ascending and descending 3 flights of stairs. There's no hills. How is he doing that? How is he possibly doing that? How is he stepping? It is so easy for a cop. A cop knows. You put it in airplane mode. He asked Proctor that. Jackson. I think it was Proctor. Put it in airplane mode. Or Garino, actually. Put it in airplane mode. So, anyways, I thought I would share some of that just to get different perspectives. Except that, some people, it's just like, I don't know, like, are you, sir, are you watching the same thing? Because I just don't understand. But with that being said, that's closing arguments. The burden is now in the jury's hands. They are off to deliberate, and hopefully at the time that you're watching this video in a few hours, you'll see another video from me of saying, yeah, Karen Reed, not guilty. And we'll have a verdict. I don't see us waiting much longer than that. I really just don't. I don't know. I can only think that the only thing they're possibly hung up on is it being an accident and her just not knowing. And I don't see how they indict her on, or excuse me, how they convict her on murder 2. I just don't see a world. And I don't see a world that she's not innocent. I don't. The science, the data does not make sense, but let me know what you guys think in the comments section below. I will see you in the next one. It'll be all verdict, and then we'll get into post-trial coverage as well as maybe diving into the Adelson case until the Alec Baldwin trial. So let me know what you guys think, and I'll see you in the next one.